it looks like.
I think, but he changed his sideboarding against Miracles. But yeah.
Oh, he changed how he sideboarded, but yeah.
Like he wrote in his article that he would not sideboard in explosives and sealed cleansing, but I think he boards in all copies.
Oh.
So the way he sideboards is probably he brings in all the seals, all the explosives, all the basts, all the Winter Orbs, and one Tormod Crypt, I think. Maybe two.
So he's siding out the removal spells and...
Basically all the answers for counterbalance Flint come in, and Orbs, and Crypts, and he sides out Plows, 2 Bolts, a couple Wastelands, and then I don't know what else, because I don't have the information. I would probably shave on Dazes and Bauble or something. I don't know.
The way you're sideboarding is going to make the game go long, but Daze is good with Winter Orb, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's true. Well, this list also has better cards because you don't have Lavinia main, so you have 1 card less to side out.
Yep. I have the Pyromancer there, but I think I would want it there still, even if you expect all of your creatures to get removed.
Yeah.
Alright.
I think we will just figure it out on the fly as we play against it.
So we have... This is Andrew Tenjum, Avocado Toast.
Yeah.
Let's see. Anyone else I recognize? This person plays a lot. Flower. Dan Yon.
And we have Andreas Pettersson, and we have Flow Through, who
this
plays
is
mono chalice
I know.
Legacy.
Almost always Eldrazi, I think.
Yeah. And we have Lynn Chalice on Miracles, probably.
So plans to deck them, huh?
Yeah, I think that's actually the way to win the matchup. I mean, it depends on obviously like what exactly they play, but it works most of the time, I think. But you should always adapt, obviously. Like there are spots where you could play like a normal game.
We have Sven Proud in Twitch chat.
Hi Sven.
I don't know that person personally, but I suppose you do.
I know them. They are the winner of MKM. I think it was Frankfurt, but it's already some time ago. A longer time ago.
Now we have Gerard at number 25 and probably playing some pile of blue cards. That's what Gerard generally does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you see JP hit over 2,000? It's just kind of insane.
I'm not surprised over it, obviously, with the run he has had recently. He just started playing this deck and won everything. Imagine what would have happened if he started to play good decks earlier.
Look, there was probably a long time where Sneak and Show was probably underrated for how good it was.
Yeah. No, I'm just joking. Obviously, I think Sneak and Show has always been better than people think.
Yes.
Because the pilots are not the greatest on average. But also, I don't think that it has been a great deck recently. So.
That's reasonable. I think especially now, it's gotten so much worse. I think,
yeah, especially when there are like mono Arcanist Thoughtseize or Meddling Mage Delver decks, and then like the control decks all have either like Pyroblasts and whatnot.
Yep, I basically think Ikoria warped the format to where it's actually pretty bad because it doesn't really get to play any of these, obviously.
Oh yeah, exactly, and also because of the campaign, everyone plays Karakas, so yeah, the deck is probably bad. I think he said that it's probably not playable right now as well.
Yeah, until he figures out some way to rebuild it completely, which he might do for fun. Because I was talking to him, he said he was actually already qualified, but he just he wanted to play Legacy for like reasonable stakes, and I guess that's something you can do with these.
I mean, when you find like the best deck, like, I don't know if this is the best deck, but it's obviously one of the best decks. Right. If you find like a deck that works for you really well, you are more motivated, I would say, to play big tournaments.
Right.
But also, like, what did I want to say? Because of companions, everybody like is just trying out so many new things
Mm-hmm.
that like the metagame is warped in a way where like not everyone even plays like the best decks, but everyone plays like companion decks and LED decks. So some decks just get worse by people overhyping like the new cards is what I mean. Like people want to try out all this stuff, like as collateral damage. Some decks get hit, even though they would not be bad if everyone would play good decks. That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've thought about it a while, and I've decided that I actually think companions are okay for standard, but just not the other formats.
I feel the general idea isn't the worst.
Yeah.
I've seen it in other card games, like the approach of cards that get activated by restriction in your deck building.
Right.
And Magic handled this much better, I think, but they just got a lot of them wrong, I think, power level wise for older formats.
I think part of it is they just tend to ignore that those things exist. They just design for standard.
They have to ignore vintage, and it's kind of hard to warp vintage anyway. So.
It's kind of insane that it actually did like warp vintage and very yeah. It's just kind of interesting that this happened. Sven says, comparing this Delver decks to how Grixis Delver used to be with Shaman and Probe, I think the lists are actually not good with Bauble and Lurrus.
I'm not following.
I don't understand that logic either. Actually.
Yeah, I don't quite get the messages. Like, well, do you mean that like the decks aren't as powerful as like the Pro Deathrite Delver decks? Or do you mean that they are actually not good?
I think that's probably true, but you can't. That's like comparing. How do I put it? You don't compare decks to each other. You compare relative power levels of decks in the formats they were in, right? Yeah. That's actually how you should.
And I mean, obviously, Deathrite Chan would be nuts right now. The card will always be nuts. So, yeah. I think there is no meta game where Deathrite Chan is not nuts in Legacy.
I actually kind of think Mishra's Bauble was probably underrated for a while, Sven.
Oh, you think Mishra's Bauble is overplayed?
That's the message I'm getting.
That makes more sense. But I'm not sure if that's true.
Yeah. Anyways, we have 28 people, so it's a fairly reasonably sized one. Oh, 29.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion point, but I'm not sure if Bauble is really overplayed. I could see that 4 is incorrect, but I'm not sure. I would definitely play some amount.
Ooh, 30. Urza the Planeswalker made it in.
Oh, the grind. Yeah.
Playing against Avocado Toast, I expect a mirror from Avocado Toast.
Well, Sven, one thing you have to think about is also that like the Jeskai Delver deck isn't an actual Delver deck.
It's a Jeskai mid-range deck.
Mill Miracles and other control decks. Like you can deck them if the game goes long enough.
So on Monday I played against Avocado Toast in a Modern Prelim. I played pretty bad, but they were playing Forecolor Shadow and I was playing Burn. So I kind of beat them really bad despite playing poorly. He was a Lurrus Shadow, for what it's worth, which is kind of interesting.
Lurrus Shadow?
So it means you cut Street Wraiths from your deck, obviously.
Yeah, and you have a lifelink creature. It's still some value, though.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure Lurrus is broken and should be banned, but also some people might not. Like some people might like overdo it and put it into decks where it's probably not even good. Yeah. I don't know about the Shadow Lurrus thing. Could be good. Could also be really bad. I don't know.
What's up, Blitz MTG? Welcome everyone. It's an early morning stream because I have the day off.
So what's Andrew Tangent playing?
I don't know. I would guess Lurrus, Grixis or Lurrus, Jeskai. I saw. Deck. Yeah. I looked at all of Tenjum's results recently, and he just plays basically very stock decks in all of the formats trying to farm, which makes sense.
I think so.
Like his shop deck is basically optimized the Lure Shops deck is just super stock. Everything looks clean, and I don't like.
Just lean decks.
Yeah. He also played Lurrus
I would love to always play lean decks.
Lurrus Jund. Pioneer
But
Sultai
I
Delirium.
never end up doing that.
Sultai Delirium with Gigantha in Pioneer.
Okay. Oh, I didn't think about that deck also got a companion. I thought that was gonna be one of the like the few non-companion decks still existing in Pioneer, but I guess they have the 5/5 now.
Actually, he's been jumping around Modern, because I remember he won that big Modern event with Titanfield, if you remember.
Yes.
But that was a.
I think it was a showcase challenge or something.
It was a challenge on February 29th. That feels like forever ago now, even though it really wasn't.
Yeah. Especially after a Korea release.
Well, a Korea release and no one could leave their house, and things had felt weird. He cashed it.
Yeah, everything feels like it has been there already for like months.
Yeah. He cashed a Modern Prelim with Lurrus Jund.
Interesting. I think Lurrus Jund made people build their Jund decks better. Like,
I agree.
Not
yeah.
all, like they don't always just slam for Bloodbraids for Liliana. A friend of mine pointed that out to me. It doesn't fix all the issues Jund has. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's definitely interesting to see decks like this, because I think people have been copy pasting Jund deck lists for years the same way they are, and not like change fundamental stuff about them.
I think the thing I like least about Tenjum's Jund list is Raging Ravine is still in it, and I don't think that card is aged well whatsoever.
I mean, I can see it because like a flood protection, since you don't have top end anymore, but your flood protection is supposed to be Lurrus, I think. Anyway.
Your other
flood lands are really also Ravine sounds really bad in a Lurrus deck. You basically always have to draw it on turn 1, so you can turn 3 Lurrus.
The other flood protection is just cycling your lands with Renin 6, like Baron more.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not sure you're actually supposed to run like max Renin 6 still once you cut Liliana. It's kind of weird. There's a lot of ways to build that deck now, I think. Chat points out Sultai Delirium can run Yorion. I saw Edgar playing that, and like he was doing well.
A lot of decks can run Yorion.
And
I would say it's the least restrictive companion, but also it makes your deck inherently worse.
Well, sort of. Edgar had the good point that if you want to play high impact 1-offs for Traverse 4, by playing 80 cards, you draw them less often.
Oh yeah.
So that's actually kind of an
argument as well. Yeah. If you have like toolbox cards.
Yeah, but also Edgar is very good too, so who knows if the deck is actually good or not.
Nobody knows.
Alright, Tenjum finally showed up.
Yeah.
It is a Lurrus mirror. So I'm gonna pretend I'm not gonna get Wastelanded on turn 1.
Yeah, no fear.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of spewing too much to not play your Delver on turn 1 here personally.
And you go for Volcanic, I think.
Yeah.
But that's probably not. Like, it's weird because you have Volcanic Waste and you're far off casting Lurrus, but I think it's like the way this hand can play out, you should probably still take Volcanic.
What's up, Hughes and Lore? I saw your Discord message. I haven't decided yet. I don't play a lot of Pauper. That's why I couldn't decide. Yo, John, what's up? Ooh, maybe this is Depths, actually.
Oh, there was Depths.
No, this is an Underground Sea, so it's probably...
Bug?
Or Ant. I don't know.
I think this has to resolve.
I mean, I'm not...
Yeah.
Like, well, what if they just have Daze? It could technically be like Bug.
Yeah.
Daze.
So what do we do next turn?
Depends on what they take.
What if they take not Arcanist?
John Carter, what if it's Bug Delver with Lurrus? Is that cool? Okay, see, that was my counterpoint. Oh, interesting.
So they took Arcanist. This makes our turn significantly easier, I think.
So John does have the good point. It could be Storm. Like this
Yeah,
it
but
could be an
I
ant
still
opening.
think our play is the same. Like you attack and then you waste and cast a cantrip.
Which
probably
can't
a play around Daze.
Yeah. It is probably Storm, but I think my hand's pretty good versus Storm.
Yeah. I think I would cast. I mean, usually, like if it's a grindy deck, you would cast Preordain here, but I think I would cast Tundra.
Yeah, but
because
also
you really want to hit the white service for Meddling Mage if it's a combo deck.
I'm gonna put the Force of Negation into my hand.
Any Force of Negation is pretty good, I would say.
Well, Sven, the reason not to take foul if you're Ant, buy you.
Yeah, there are spots where you could take.
I see. This is definitely not Storm, I think.
So we have Plow on top, but so this deck is probably bugged over or bugged Lurrus. Because I don't think that's Depths. Depths wouldn't play Renegade.
No, well the Underground Sea I think changed it. And the question is
that's true. Yeah, I think this is bug something, Delver probably. So I would just let this happen and plow it. Like cycle the Preordain and plow it. We could also counter it and cast Meddling Mage, but then we can't draw the plow, and I think the plow is a good card.
Yeah. I think letting that go is fine.
Like you could also counter it and not play the Meddling Mage, but that seems pretty bad to me. So I would just accept cycling the Preordain.
Yeah.
Simply.
I think basically I'm gonna fetch. I'm gonna use this to force something probably if I have to.
Could be, yeah.
Also note they can't Daze.
I'll probably attack first because of Snuff Out, but that's really a fringe scenario.
Well, I can't draw the Daze this turn anyways because I have to plow pretty much, so.
Yeah, that's sad. Yeah, it's kind of awkward that they have to sequence it this way, but I think it's correct.
Is there any reason to plow in their turn to play around Force of Negation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think
you want to do that, actually.
Yeah. Remember, Force of Negation is not Force of Will, y'all, so that's why.
It also activates your own Force of Negation.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, but for what it's worth, that's a good habit. I would probably fetch on our own turn, but it doesn't matter.
So the only way they have Snuff Out is if they have Death Shadow in their deck. Well, actually, I guess that's not even true, but...
They could have, like, a random Snuff Out. Like, it's a really random card that nobody plays. You keep hunting in every Legacy when you play it, and, well, Legacy is... It can be a very complicated format depending on what deck you play and what matchups.
It's hard when the cards are like 3 times as old as you, Zach.
Well, I also have to admit that I possess cards that are older than myself. So you're not alone.
Yeah, at some point I'll probably get bored and play Zerder Bomberman John or something like that. The problem is I kind of hate that those decks had to cut Mentor for more mana sources, essentially. So you flood more and you have less threats.
Also, Challenge would be so good in those decks. However, they can't play it.
No, that's fine.
Baltiz is fine, yeah.
I mean, this is really weird.
You could counter it to ensure having a Meddling Mage, but also they lose 2 life, which is essentially a turn.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like... Is this just Reanimator with blue? Or it's probably just bug.
Reanimator because they have Lurrus.
Oh.
And it has to be some weird either mid-range or Delver deck, I think.
Yeah. Well, once you see Reanimate, I don't think they can be a Storm. It's true. Yeah. It can't be Reanimator. Never mind. I just I didn't sleep very well last night, but
yeah, there's no way for Reanimator. I've thought about Reanimator with Lurrus, and then I had the same like. Yeah. Like I thought about it like 20 seconds. Wait, this doesn't work. Okay, so they are wasting us or not?
I don't think they are.
Okay.
I think the Wasteland.
I guess they are screwed and they need their mana.
I think the Wasteland tells us everything we need to know. I think it is just a bug versus
it's bugged over. Lurrus, something.
Alright, I'm just going to play the Lurrus because they know our hand, and if I get Wastelanded, I can't play that for a while anyways, so... Even though I don't have really anything good to replay.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think it's Death
They
Shadow.
also can Daze, that's so good.
Yeah.
So, I think they're gonna force because they are thinking.
So if they force it, well,
Okay,
they
they're just
conceded.
conceding.
I was about to say if they force it, I'm not even sure I should force back, but I would have to think about it more.
Okay, so
I think this card kind of sucks in the matchup actually, but
let's
oh,
see
no!
what else we have. Yeah, I was gonna point that out after we said.
No, I put the Nemesis ones in. Ah!
Drop the event. Drop it.
So versus Bug, I don't actually love Blast that much. Like, I
think Blast is only a card. Like, I think you don't want Force of Negation, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I think Explosives might be better, and then like either one Meddling Mage or one Blast. Like those cards are all not optimal, but what do you really do with Force of Negation? Like, I think you can't protect your own stuff. You can only protect your own counters or removal spells during your opponent's turn. They don't have planeswalkers like Liliana. So, like, your best counter target is like Thoughtseize, or not Thoughtseize, Renegades. So that sounds pretty bad to me.
Go back to the deck list. I'm pretty sure there's oh yeah, sometimes Magic Online has the bug that it joins with an old deck list if you name the exact.
Yeah.
See, look, the Seal of Cleansings are there. The correct one.
We'll just look at this deck list when we cast a card. Just imagine.
Wait, so Tendrum...
Yeah, we didn't see Shocklands. It's probably just bug.
Yeah. Probably just like Minguchi bug. Alright, this is... I basically do not mulligan functional 7s in these fair blue mirrors, essentially. This is functional. Alright. Question is, do we play around Stifle? Probably not. I mean, like...
I don't believe so.
I also think Lurrus makes it less likely you put Stifle in your deck, but...
I'm not entirely sure if that's true. But they have Bayou, and I think Bayou decks usually don't run Stifle.
I get Stifled right there and I have to force it. Will be like kind of game ending.
I wouldn't even force it if they had it. I would just let it resolve.
Yeah, probably, because I have 2 other lands. So, for what it's worth, if I knew my opponent had Stifle, I probably just don't even
also,
crack
like,
my pitch there.
Andrew Tantrum doesn't sound like a person who can Stifle in their deck when it's not popular.
Ah, but that's when you should put Stifle in your deck. Actually, you probably just not put Stifle in your deck, period. Okay. That's not a 2020 power level card. Now, if Stifle cantripped, I'd probably put that in a lot more decks. Ooh, Lightning Bolt. Alright. What is the chances that this doesn't die to Abrupt Decay?
I don't know. 5%.
5%? Wow.
Maybe that's too high, actually.
Yeah.
Because, like, why would they pass otherwise?
I believe this
well,
is
it could also die to a Fatal Push. So it's higher chance than 5%.
Okay.
Wow, so you see, like, I was totally off.
Alright.
So I'm not entirely sure if you... Yeah, but I think you can. I think you cast Arcanist, yeah.
Yeah.
Main reason being that we have Lurrus as well.
Yeah, I would like to draw Mishra's Bauble.
There are spots like where I would wait here because of these. But we have Lurrus. Like if they Daze, it's not too bad.
I'm never forcing the Daze there, I think.
No.
Because I don't think that's a winning line of play, really.
If we draw a 4th land, for example, we can Lurrus Daylure.
Right, yeah, I don't care about that.
That would be pretty good. I'll just pass. Probably both the Delver when
Yeah.
they revealed like if they
Mm-hmm.
if they don't reveal anything, we might just take one and wait because they could be playing a better threat. But if they reveal something, I would probably bolt up keep.
I agree.
I would consider. I would actually just take one here. I don't think one damage matters.
Don't think so
And
either.
Yeah. Like they could be playing some random creature like Dark Confidant or something.
I was just
thinking.
Lurrus. I was thinking about exactly Dark Confidant.
Yeah.
With regards to not bolting there as well. Damn, they drew a Bauble. I want to draw a Bauble.
Wow.
Alright, I'm just gonna plow that.
Yeah.
They're blanking my Daze pretty well, but like, obviously the Daze is on their radar because they've seen all the cards that go with Daze.
Yeah.
I
think you bolt now as well.
Oh, I wasn't going to because of the Lurrus, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was thinking we had Daze, but I think you're right. Yeah, it's better.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna play the land out to play around double Daze.
We were gonna play Lurrus this turn, but I think you're gonna play Arcanist now. Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't bolt it ever. I think you should just ignore it now.
Yeah, because, well, one other thing is, if we get to untap with this Arcanist, we can kill the Delver with a removal spell anyways, so if we don't, it will be a little bit awkward. So they're bobbling themselves, A, to see if their top card's good, B, if they know it's good, yeah, you stack it like that. I was going to say, there's actually a few tricks you can do with Delver Triggers and Bauble, but clearly Tenjum knows that the top card is a spell because if you order it this way, it has to be a spell. There's that Abrupt Decay. That's kind of annoying.
Well, whatever.
Yep. That means Arcanist is Dobbs. Unless we had Divert.
Divert is sweet.
It's also very bad, I think.
That's the problem, yeah.
Alright, so
I'm just... card that people started playing when Decay got printed. And
I
then
remember.
They stopped playing it because it was bad. It's another Goyf.
So their hands Decay. I might have to force this, actually. I think.
Wait. What if we just Daze this?
Oh,
because they can't play another land, and if they can't Decay Arcanist, that's really bad for them.
Alright. Actually, I think that's correct.
Yeah.
Because if they let me have a turn with this, I'll get to...
You give them a choice here, but you also have the high upside of them just letting you attack with Arcanist,
Yeah, we traded a Daze for a Tarmogoyf, which is a fantastic exchange by this point.
Yeah, I think that's a better play.
Alright, so my thing's going to die, but whatever.
So Arcanist is going to go, but we might... Ooh. Okay, well, what is our game plan? So let's just move to combat first and let them decay,
I mean, that's happening 100%. We know they have Decay X, so basically we can remove the Delver, but I think I want to remove the Lurrus for sure and just take damage from the Delver instead.
Yeah.
If I waste this
it's very hard to play around their Lurrus. Because, like, if they have a 5th land and we don't Wasteland them, for example, then they could, like, Lurrus Tarmogoyf. And that would be really bad.
I think I'm going to waste their Underground Sea.
There's also the other line where you could just Lurrus Delver on your own and like try to combat, but then we lose to the Goyf, I think. So I think you have to Wasteland probably. You could also play Wasteland, play Lurrus, then Waste, and hope that Lurrus stays in play, but I'm not sure if that's the correct play.
I think that's actually good because they've used 1 Decay, and push is not a reliable answer to Lurrus. So
yeah, the main problem is let's think about this like 20 seconds. You have 4 mana next turn if you waste now. Then they attack you twice, you're at 8, you fetch twice, you're at 6. Yeah, I think Wasteland, cast Lurrus, Waste is probably correct, but I'm not sure. Yeah. It's a hard situation. Because it's like, if they have another removal, it's bad for us. If they don't have it, we probably would game.
I could also just waste their wasted turn off Revolt, Dylan. I was thinking about that.
Oh. Thinking.
So the question is, I am going to waste, I think. The question is, what land do I waste? If I waste a Black Source...
Mr. B, double B is correct, but it could also be that you wanted just to waste the second black. I don't know what the answer is. It's hard. It gives them less outs to remove more Lurrus if you remove the Wasteland. And I think we are fine if they cast their Lurrus next turn. Because I think if they would need to have Lurrus plus Nant plus Fatal Push. I think if they just play Lurrus Bauble, we can just fold it.
I agree.
I think it's correct to waste the Wasteland.
That's the conclusion I came to, so that's why I did that.
Yeah.
Oh, they led with Ponder. Oh, I guess they might be respecting Daze first off, and second, they might just want to try to kill the Lurrus with like Abrupt Decay.
Yeah, that would be bad for us because our hand isn't great right now, but we could draw out of it. Like if we draw another removal spell, we're fine, kind of.
Yep. It kind of sucks that we had to like tap up for a 3/2 with no value. Like if we had a Bauble in the yard, it would have been so much better.
I'm thinking if casting Arcanist turn 2 maybe was even a mistake. I'm not sure. Like usually I would play it there, but maybe the other mirrors are like warped in a way where nobody has top end anymore, and you just play like trade 1 for 1 the whole game.
Oh, so blanking the Daze might be better than trading with the Daze?
Yeah, I think that might have been a mistake in hindsight. But it's also that I haven't played those new Delver mirrors a lot, so like I played one of them, I think.
So here's a problem. They chose not to shuffle, which probably means my thing's going to die, or they have a Tarmogoyf.
Okay, that's annoying, but not the worst.
Right.
So we get to cast Arcanist,
Delver, Bolt.
Yeah.
What's the least critical of these spells? Probably Delver.
You could also just
hold the Delver for Force of Will.
Hold the Delver for Force, so you force Delver. Then we are at 4/3. Yeah, I think that's fine. So you cast Arcanist and you bolt their Delver, and you just pass. You could also attack, but I don't think that's correct. Like trading bolt and stuff. But I think that's bad. No, I'm just considering like weird plays we haven't thought about. Maybe we should have bolted right away because of Force of Negation hardcast. But
I don't think he's likely to leave that in.
Okay. So I think you're but they could also have spell pierce. I think we were pressed to bolt the Delver in our own turn.
I think the way the Delver decks are built, it's way less likely you have Spell Pierce in your deck.
Yeah, I agree, but we are gonna bolt Delver anyway.
Sure.
So like, I think it was just unnecessary risk on this scenario. But I agree that it's very unlikely that they have anything anyway.
So I think they pondered. They pondered into the Tarmogoyf. I think they're actually very unlikely to have a removal spell here because if they had a removal spell the turn before, they would have removed Lurrus with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna read chat now.
The actual problem with this is now they get to Fatal Push Lurrus, right?
Do they?
Yeah, because we just killed their Delver.
Oh yeah, I think there are various reasons why bolting in their turn was a mistake. Because also they could draw a second blue card and force and cast Lurrus at the same turn, something like that. Yeah, those Lurrus Delver mirrors actually look kind of cool to play, but I think it could get old pretty quickly. I don't know.
That's good.
So they surely don't have BK thing.
I'm gonna go to combat.
We could consider playing something pre-combat, but I would just attack.
Yeah. I want to attack first because if they have decay, then we can replay the Arcanist.
If they decay the Lurrus, then like it's not like there. I think there's no sequence of cards that punishes us for not casting a card pre-combat.
I agree.
Right?
Great.
Like it couldn't. Like maybe there is something, but I don't think so. Snapcaster, Fatal Push. Oh, I knew it. But I think you're just gonna cover that.
I'm gonna pitch the Delver, I think, right?
Yeah.
Well, so one reason not to pitch a Delver is I can play 2 blockers out, but
Well, I don't think. Well, I think you actually. What if you brainstorm in response? Because if you hit a Daze, you're just gonna Daze the fatal push. And... No. That's not. That's not. Okay. What about if we cover this? Do we brainstorm this turn to like hit a Wasteland or a Daze to prevent their Lurrus? Or do we not do that anyway?
It's kind of really complicated. So,
yeah, it's more complicated than I thought it would be.
I think I like actually just pitching
about this more. I think we could have anticipated that he could have Snapcaster Fatal Push. It's just another common card that people put in their Delta decks.
So
I think you're gonna force this anyway, probably. But yeah.
I think pitching the Brainstorm is actually correct because I want to play around the scenario where they just like punk me out with a removal spell. All right, their last card is bad.
Yeah,
like
because then you're gonna cast another Arcanist thing. Oh no, probably another Delver.
No, I would play Arcanist Delver, I think, and the reason to do that is like then I'll have an Arcanist next turn no matter what. I was trying to narrow the range of cards that they could have to determine what the play was, but if you track their hand, you know one of their cards is not a removal spell based on how the previous turn played out, right? Because they pondered into Tarmogoyf, which means probably the card under Tarmogoyf was Snapcaster, and that means the last card in hand doesn't interact, right?
That's true. So you were gonna cast. Yeah, you were gonna cast 3 creatures this turn. Yeah, I think you're right.
I think casting Brainstorm, if you hit like just 3 lands, it becomes really bad for you to have cast that.
Yeah, it's more variance. I think you're right. I do though think that we should have considered not casting the Arcanist on turn 2.
Yeah,
that actually it's actually kind of weird. Obviously, usually if they Daze you there, it's bad for them because like it's not bad for them, but not playing around it for you can be bad because they can have like bigger creatures. Usually Delaware used to have stuff like Angler and stuff like that to punish you. Like if you like played around Daze too long, then they could have Wasteland or big creatures to punish you and stuff like that, or play their own threats while still having all those lands in play and then Daze and stuff like that. So usually I would cast it there, but I think when both players have access to Lurrus anyway, and there's no top end because of Lurrus, because everyone cuts their like big creatures and stuff. I think that's also the reason why our opponent was playing green, because they thought Tormod is pretty good right now, which I probably agree with, but you can still allow it.
Yeah, the problem is I don't think it's actually good versus Jeskai, but I think it's probably good versus the Grixis versions that don't have that many. They don't have that many fatal pushes. All right. So
but I suspect Bug is probably not good enough against combo decks. So that's what Callum beat me with yesterday.
I know. That was a sad match to watch, but I kind of think this deck is a little bit cool as well. For those of you who haven't seen it,
I wasn't paying attention that much to the match because we were bullshitting each other so hard.
This is a Jonathan Carter deck for sure. At least maybe for one match or so. It has Diviner's Wand.
Diviner's Wand is really, I don't know, EVH casual style. It looks so out of place, but I think it makes sense if you want to like make your Stone Fortress more flexible.
The real reason it exists is it's an outlet you can find with Stoneforge to dump infinite mana into.
It's another Alistar slash Karn for your Zerator combo. So you have 4 more payoffs basically in your deck, which means you have 7. I mean, this deck has tons of payoffs anyway, but like stuff that wins instantly with infinite mana is 4, 7, 11, I think, and sometimes obviously Inventor's Fair, so 12.
Yeah.
And you can also like go now to Mystic Forge if you have infinite.
I think this deck would be a lot better if Garuda didn't exist and everyone was playing Null Rod because of it.
Oh, surely. And it would be better if people wouldn't play Null Rod.
Also, I don't think you're excited to get Chaliced on 0. Like, it's kind of bad for you. Like, the thing is, you can actually beat a Chaliced on 0 because the lead combo is not. There is no lead combo. Lead is just a mana source in this deck, right? But I think No Rod being...
I think you can be jealous on every number, but it's also always gonna be annoying.
Yeah.
Well, not on 1, I guess, but on 0 and 2.
I kind of wonder if this deck should have Batter Skull. I guess it's so good in a random fair game where you don't have your combo that you should still have it, right?
This deck just produces a lot of mana, I think, and so being able to fetch Batter Skull against Elder is also another reason, I think. So there's like 2 reasons. I think this deck, I don't know how good this deck is against Elder actually, because like Meddling Mage and stuff like that. Actually, Lavinia could be pretty annoying.
Oh, Lavinia is super annoying for this deck, right?
Yeah, I think. Like it takes a long time until you have like 4 lands in play.
I'm getting the exact test of Lavinia. Wow, that is super annoying.
Yeah, it doesn't work against Ballista, but it works against Forge and the Karns.
Yeah,
stuff sometimes.
Your Karns are pretty important, I think, to this deck.
I think that's one of the main reasons why JPA played Lavinia. But also, I don't really love it main deck.
I don't either. But he said he liked it versus other blue decks because they shuts off their forces and baubles. Yeah, but I'm not sure I actually buy that reasoning.
So I played the Jeskai Delver deck against the new Miracles deck a little bit.
Yeah.
I felt like Lavinia can be good, but also games go so long that both players draw Karakas always. So like, if your opponent has multiple Karakas in their deck, or if they draw the one they have and you don't draw a Wasteland, Lavinia is kind of, I don't know, lackluster. So you need to think about the configuration like a lot. Like, do you need Wastelands to remove Karakas so your Lavinia gets better and stuff like that? I don't know. So is that worth it, etc.
Let's see how much this deck is. Wow, this deck is really expensive.
It looks really expensive because one thing, I think the monoliths all spiked.
Did they?
Like,
oh,
I don't know. I think Grim Monolith must be pretty expensive.
It's 30 tickets now.
Yeah. Oh wait. I don't know how much they were when I bought them, but that's definitely more. So then there's also LED. There's Pebble.
LED is 2 tickets. I would not say that's...
LED is not worth anything. There were days where LED was like one of the most expensive cards, I felt like. But that's probably some years ago.
Historically speaking, Rishadan was that spot, if you remember. It was like 250 at one point.
Rishadan was once like the most expensive card on Moto, I think.
It was.
Yeah.
Only filthy lands players who played the deck a lot own them. That was me then. Oh, I still have one of these from a draft. I should probably sell it. Wait, where am I finding it?
I don't know how good Garuda is. It's hard to say.
I don't know. I don't.
Legacy.
That deck is super repetitive to play. But I do reckon it. So for those of you who are wondering, the Garuda deck is basically a Belcher deck, but you always have the Belcher in your opening hands, so it's kind of interesting. The probability you kill your opponent actually depends on how many clones you choose to put in your deck, I think.
Yeah. It's kind of fizzle.
There's a lot of clones you could play, but you have to cut cards like Defense Grid or Mana Sources or Dragon Lord's Call again to do so. So it is Mosh 27, that's true.
That is true, but also the upside is like you can win with like mulligan 3 or 2 sometimes. Like your deck is really abusing the London mulligan.
Rodrigo posted a screenshot where he mulled to 1, it was an LED, and then drew LED for turn and just killed his opponent on turn 1.
Yeah, that's like really ridiculous.
Fae Frog, a lot of people have turned to Mindbreak Trap to get around Cavern, which I think is pretty smart as well. Because like if you try to Cavern this out and you get trapped, it doesn't do anything. Like your thing's just exiled.
Yeah, and if you have enough counter spells, you can also just counter the artifact mana and delay the Kraken.
A lot of the smarter players just started forcing or countering the Grim Monoliths because, or like LED to play around Cavern. So I think people have learned how. A reasonable number of people have learned how to play against this deck. So I don't think. I think this one's fine to print. The only even mana cost in Legacy is a huge downside because all of the cantrips are off the table.
There's like a lot of good cards that are odd. Like there is Brainstorm, Ponder. There is Force of Negation. There is Dark Ritual. There are so many cards. There's Swords of Plowshares. I mean, you would not play Swords of Plowshares in this deck, but I'm just saying, there's so many cards on CMC1 in Legacy and on other odd CMCs that you would want to play.
The thing that made me the most sad about the Zerda deck, I think, is you had to cut Mentor because it doesn't have an activated ability, and I think that's a real loss, actually.
It's also really weird for the Lurrus decks because they all play Bauble now, and Bauble Daze is kind of a good setup for Mentor, but you can't play it.
I know. Yeah.
It's really weird. I'm curious if it's maybe even wrong to not play just Mentors and sideboards, multiple decks right now, and people just don't do it because of Lurrus.
I suggested that actually when basically my suggestion was if you think the matchup's not going to be about grinding but killing your opponent, Mentor Bauble looks pretty attractive actually because it kills really, really, really fast.
Oh yeah.
So I'm looking at
combo-esque.
Oh, the other deck that I'm pretty sad that can't play Lurrus main deck is Elves, because you need to play the Hoof and
the Arc, yeah.
Yeah, but if you cut those two, Lurrus technically works, but then the problem is how do you kill your opponent, right? Like,
yeah, and you can't play Shaman of the Pack because
the card you can actually play, let me show you, is Draga Warcaller. It has multi-kicker.
Yeah.
But the problem is
I know that card.
That card is so much worse than Craterhoof because it doesn't give trample
and also it's bad with Zenith. Like you can't Zenith it.
Yeah,
it's multi-kicker.
It's
and you can't natural order it.
So. I mean, if you're glimpsing off, suppose you're an old Nettle Sentinel build and you're glimpsing off, you can basically chain through your deck, get a symbiote, get Warcaller, put back in your hand.
Like the OG Elf Ball deck with like. I think, in those shells it's better, obviously.
I think it's just sad, yeah.
Things changed a lot, I think.
There's lands with Gigantha the Wellspring, but that doesn't seem really attractive to me.
I don't know, Gigantha is just a vanilla card. Like, it's not like it's not worth to change your deck for it. It's just some decks can play it for free.
Yep.
And they will, and some decks can't, and they won't. Because it's not worth morphing your deck for it. And that's fair. I think that's a good design for a companion, probably.
I think that's the best design for a companion. Just play Living Wish.
It's a fair design. I'm not sure if it's like a good design, but I think this Gigantha is much fairer than some of the others.
Someone suggested playing Living Wish Lurrus Elves.
Living Wish Lurrus Elves? Well, you could think about that, but I still think, I don't know. You definitely lose a lot of explosiveness, but you could try. You can also wish for Karakas game 1, that's pretty good right now. I don't know.
I think I would guess the major issue with that is that making your hoof cost 10 mana instead of 4 is actually a huge downgrade. But
yeah.
We can look at it at least.
It just makes your natural orders much worse. That's a problem.
Well, I think you would cut natural order from the deck probably, if I had to guess.
You would play like what's it called? Julian once played the version of this Elves deck. It was like a grindy Elves. It didn't play natural order at all.
What the hell?
I don't know how it looked like. It was like built to be better against miracles, top miracles back then.
Where's the correct Llanowar Elves art? These are all wrong.
Maybe it doesn't exist on
No, it does. It's the promo.
Oh, yeah, it is. I don't know.
That's really weird.
But it's bugged. Who would have thought?
let me look. Where the hell is it? I know it exists. Do I have my filters?
That's frustrating. Do you have it?
Oh, show promos. That's why. Wait, what?
I don't know.
The hell? This is very weird. Let's not show foils.
I think we're lost.
We're lost in the sauce. Alright.
Okay.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna trade a bot and find it. I know the bots have it.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that if we were gonna struggle with it much longer.
I know it exists. Oh, it wants to buy my Lurrus Garuda for 4. Maybe I'll do that. See? It's right here. Anson Maddox.
It's great.
And this one says Anson 93 right next. Oh, that one does too, actually.
Why does the search not find this? That's so weird.
It's weird. 34 cents sold.
Just buy. Just buy. Even if you don't play it.
Dude, just whatever.
Buy.
Look, I'm getting rid of a Garuda that I 3-0 draft with for it, so it paid for itself. This card is really, really dumb and limited. You just have to hope your opponent doesn't have the best card possible versus, which is Extinction Event.
Oh.
It's really brutal because you know it's going to just kill all of your creatures every time because that's how your deck is.
Kind of one-sided wrap sometimes in wrap yes. Format or like limited format.
It's really unpleasant. That's all I'm going to say.
Play wind.
Alright. There was a cool play last night. For those of you who don't know, Stefan and I are a team in one of these Legacy leagues, and I was in the booth for one of the matches. It was Elves versus Grixis Delver. This is before Companions. The deck lists were submitted. But the cool play was, there's a Chain Lightning on the stack targeting a Wirewood Symbiote. Opponent had a Morph and 3 other Elves. So I thought what was going to happen was the Birchwell Rangers would be unmorphed and Chain Lightning back on the Delver of Secrets.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, the person at the time missed the play. Like, that's not the most intuitive play, I think. But that would have been a cool one to see.
That's true. That's true.
The mono green deck can chain lightning.
I also think a lot of people occasionally forget that chain lightning can get chained back. People just play it because it's a bowl.
I think you wouldn't forget that if you ever played with Chain of Vapor and get something unsummoned back once you've Chain of Vapored.
I once won a match with Storm, I think.
Yeah.
A long time ago. That I would have lost against Burn, I was at 3, I think, or 6. I was at 6, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have survived. And they were at 3. They chain lightning me, but I was tapped out, but I had LED in play.
So you weren't tapped out? I once killed my opponent's Tree Nemesis with their chain lightning. That works? Oh my god, it does! That's insane.
Oh.
I've never seen that happen.
Because they control the source.
Yeah, that's insane. That's kind of sick.
Wow, I've never thought about that.
I have not thought about it, but it's kind of sweet.
I have played Chain Lightning and True Nemesis in the same deck, like years ago.
I think lots of people have. Is this the right one?
I've never thought about that actually.
Which one's the Shards one?
This is wasn't that the Shards one, or maybe
no?
Not?
This is the Shards one, but it's I can't zoom in currently. Weird.
Oh.
Wait.
It looks like it was the Shards one, and then the rightmost one is.
No, this one is actually.
No, it's not the right. Yeah, it's the second.
It's the eyeball.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, whatever. I'm gonna figure out what this deck looks like, and probably never play it because it's probably not good.
So you have 4 glimpse. You still have Zenith, but then you have you need to get some. You need to be able to wish for multiple things, right? Not only Crater Hoof and lands. There should be 1 or 2 other creatures that you can wish for. Oh yeah, you can wish for Cradle. You can turn 1 elf, turn 2 elf, wish Cradle, turn 3 Cradle, go nuts.
What else is this deck normally play? I'm trying to remember. Let's go.
Well, you should probably play a Reclamation Sage.
Yeah, somewhere.
This deck probably doesn't work otherwise sometimes.
Oh.
And Scavenging Ooze should also be in the 75.
All right. So currently we can put Lurrus into our sideboard, which was the plan, right?
Maybe there's something busted that you can do with Lurrus in this deck that other decks can't. Like is there some small creature that you can sacrifice for value or something? Maybe not. Oh.
I'm not sure, but I'm looking at the deck lists right now.
Oh yeah, we can't play Reclamation Sage. My bad. I mean, you can play it in the sideboard, but
I don't think you want to Bauble, but maybe you do. The problem with Bauble is that it makes Glimpse worse. You can play Pride Mage, and you can also play Caustic Caterpillar. But
you can sacrifice Caustic Caterpillar or Pride Mage, and then recast it with Lurrus. So I think that's pretty good.
Going in the brewing pot. You can also play Mirror Entity, which I think is actually a pretty strong card a lot of the time, but
as a wish target, yeah,
I think Mirror Entity might be just kind of good. And you can't put it in your main deck for obvious reasons, but
yeah, that's fine, I think. And now what you need is probably like some hate fear. Yeah, I don't know how good Galactic is anymore. They're so little. It's probably pretty good against Zerda, but Collector Ufi should be in there, I think.
Mm-hmm. We're running out of slots really fast. This always happens.
Yeah, sure.
And also, there's just a temptation to ruin your deck by building a deck like this by having 15 1-0s in your sideboard and then realizing that you never get to.
You should probably stop at some point. Maybe like the Caterpillar should be main deck or something, so that you don't have it in your sideboard. I don't know.
Hogak? Hogak doesn't sound very good actually, but
I mean, you could wish Hogak and cast it.
Yeah, but what does that do? Like?
My main problem with Hogak is it's like win more when like there are spots where it could be good, but then either Mirror Entity or Credit are better, I think. And also it's a legendary that you can bounce with Karakas, so it's probably not good. But you don't need Pride Mage. Yeah, I mean we don't need both, but I think they are just there so that we can consider them. I actually think you should play the Caterpillar or the Pride Mage main deck, and the Reclamation Stage in the sideboard, and cut the other one. Because Reclamation Stage, Wish Reclamation Stage is kind of good with Firewood Symbiote sometimes. They can destroy all their artifacts and enchantments.
We appear to be out of space in our
second Ufi could be good, yeah. Yeah. Exactly, shop. Think, yeah, Rex Sage should be in the sideboard. And the other one that destroys enchantments or artifacts should be main deck. I think either the Caterpillar or the Dark Mage. Yeah, second Ufi could be good.
Is there a creature you can Zenith for that can find Living Wish? I don't think in green it exists. Actually, that just might not exist.
I don't think it exists in green with these converted mana cost restrictions. So
yeah, that's the.
I think you could maybe there's some really big creature that does it, but we can't play that sadly. It's really hard to build to find green creatures that are CMC2 or less that are still good, that are not just elves.
4, 10. This is 14. Oh, I have no Cradles in my deck currently. That's clearly an error.
Yeah, I was gonna point it out, but
I think Cradle is definitely a card you would Living Wish for a lot of the time.
Yeah. I feel like that's correct. So, as of now, could also play a Bojuka Bog in the sideboard or something.
Oh, one match left. It's Andreas versus Alt Nicolo. I don't know who that is.
Well,
So the other thing we could do, which I think,
Oh, Elvish Reclaimer is a card. I forgot
well, I was about to bring that up. It's the
that. Yeah.
Reclaimer versus Nettle Sentinel debate, but I think once you put Living Wish in your deck, it becomes less of a debate because you just move all of the lands to the sideboard, right?
Yeah.
So then the Reclaimer main deck is not that valuable, right?
That's probably not good.
I don't know. This looks like a functional Magic deck, besides the fact that it's 63 in the main deck and 11 in the sideboard.
Well, who said that 63 isn't the new 61?
I mean, Turbo Parka, you can already go infinite with Entity. For those of you who don't know the combo, if you have Heritage Druid, Nettle Sentinel, Wirewood Symbiote, you can activate Entity for 1, tap your Symbiote, and so just go infinite that way, essentially. So I don't want to play.
Symbiote and Elf is just funny.
There was an old Vanguard that it was called Sashiro. It basically conspiracied all of your creatures, so you would just name Elf and kill your opponent in turn 2. If you went turn 1 birds, turn 2 Symbiote, you could go infinite untaps on your birds and just brain freeze your opponent out.
Great. I didn't know that.
It was called Extended Vanguard, and all of the decks were really expensive to build. This deck also had 4 Orm's Chants in it, and Orm's Chant was like 70 tickets or something.
Oh. Yeah. I've heard of that.
Back in the old days of Magic Online. This was like 2007 era, essentially. When Extended Vanguard was big. Like, Sashiro came out in Champions. It was the snake legend that pumped your snakes, and when snakes hit them, you drew cards. Yes, it did, and I played Magic Online then, JW Holla. And I'm still playing Magic Online in 2020, so just think about that. Yeah, so the when Symbiote is naturally an elf, it is kind of busted.
It would be so good if it would just be. I think it would probably be banned if it would be an elf.
Yeah,
but that's kind of obvious.
The one nice thing about Archdruid, which you can't really do because you're playing Lurrus here, I guess Priest would technically work, but no, probably not. This was just a sketch. Like, probably realistically, it should probably look more like this.
And you should also split with, like, what's it called? Hellish Mystic?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter, I think.
Oh, Kajartan, can you link that? I'm kind of curious to see what it looks like. It probably looks very different from this deck, because all we did was just think about it on the internet and not do any actual work.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
No, it's Lurrus. I mean, this deck does not companion Lurrus in game 1. That's the difference. I actually saw this list. If you actually analyze this list, it does not companion game 1. It plans to side into it as a companion. Yeah, exactly. So this is not exactly what I was thinking about.
But maybe this is better maybe than what we did, because
but I'm
you're
not
still a good elf deck for game 1.
Sure. The thing is, I already understand how that works. I wanted to see if something else worked.
Oh yeah.
I think this does work. Obviously, like, this person knows what they're doing. This is actually the Elves player from last night that I was referring to.
Oh, it's Newton.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This person knows what they're doing, so I don't.
Wait. Lurrus is so broken that even Newton plays something else.
But only with the plan of siding out Hoof, Archon, Natural Orders, or Delver, and just grinding.
Yeah.
You could
sideboard the mana creature sideboard. Yeah, I think in the Living Wish list that you could optimize a lot. Yeah, I think we didn't go deep. You could play like. I'm just not super motivated about like thinking too much about this. But yeah, I think you're right, Rodrigo. Like, you could play a Mana Orb, you could play.
Ooh, we have a match.
Or Magic Garden. You could play like. What I was thinking, like some mid-range threat that you can wish for as well.
Alright, this might sound weird, but I think I'm going to keep this hand.
I don't think it's weird to keep cans like this nowadays because you have Lurrus.
Right.
I think it's satisfying. It would be much better on the play, obviously, but
My
that's
opponent
always
had no companion.
thing.
It's not a companion mirror.
Maybe they're a blue-red Delver because they have the Sprite Dragon as a picture. I'm joking, but...
Oh, that's right, Dragon? Well, Etched Oracle forever.
Edge Oracle is better. Draws more cards.
I thought Tribal Force Mage cost 3.
Okay, what's Mountain Go?
Oh, it only
Burn?
costs
No.
2. Oh.
They can't be Burn, right? I think it's Moon Stompy.
I would actually guess Moon Stompy.
Spell. Oh, it could be Goblins, yeah.
I'm pondering here anyways. Alright.
I think probably keep. I think it's these. Like, there could be a downside to it, but I think random card is worse than Delver into Bolt.
I agree.
Because they also could be playing a, like, if they play a Rabblemaster here, I think we are not gonna Daze it, and we're just gonna Bolt it. Oh, it's that deck. Oh god.
I guess I have to Daze it.
So are we supposed to counter this? Oh yeah, I think we are, because we have to fetch. Sorry. I was just processing what this does.
I really hope they don't have Spirit Guide. Okay, good. They don't have Spirit Guide.
Wow, okay.
Do I want to draw the second Bolt versus this version? I don't think I do, actually.
I think you want Delver to flip, but you also really don't want to draw the Bolt. So I don't know. We could think about the clock, but I would just fetch, to be honest.
I would
could
too.
also have another Blood Sun. And
it's
then you
probably
have
Painter?
one blue source.
You think this
probably
means
Painter? No, I don't think it's Painter. There's a Lotus Field
Blood Sun deck?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that
was
too.
It is a Lotus Field Chandra deck. Oh yeah, it's a Lotus Field Eldrazi Chandra deck.
This deck also plays Angoi's Ravager, if that's the name of the card.
Yeah, you're supposed. Yeah, I think you have to force.
Remember.
Otherwise, there's a 4/4 and 4/3.
Yep.
Which is sad, but what can you do?
Okay, that's fine. It was
not the
Arcanist.
worst. If they don't draw Chalice.
I'm not going to use my fetch this turn because there's value to using it at some point, maybe. With that. And also Brainstorm. There's a lot of reasons just not to play the fetch this turn, I think. The counter argument is obviously another Blood Sun, but I think now if they play another Blood Sun, I just let it go. Well, yeah. Now I have to let it go, obviously, but...
Yeah. But that's fine. I think the card that punishes us most here is if you just play... Well, I'm not gonna name it, but I know what could be.
I know Fiery Confluence would be the worst possible card for us.
Oh, I thought about something else, but
no, I think very
similar to Fiery Confluence.
Ooh, Force of Negation.
Nice. I think that's one of our best draws here. I think you attack first before you play that.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna ponder.
Agreed.
Because like there could be like you could find like another good card, and but want to fetch like the other two away or something. Ooh.
That's really good. I think I actually want at least these
going
two.
Down to 9, and next turn we can double bolt.
Yeah.
Right? So they're dead next turn.
So I'm gonna draw the Force and put Meddling Mage on the bottom.
Yeah. Agreed.
And I'm gonna just play my Karakas so I can hold up Force of Negation. How are they almost dead? We didn't like... Oh, I guess I played this on turn... No, turn 1 I pondered.
So the card that I was afraid of was the 6-mana Chandra.
Oh, Chandra Awakened Inferno.
They could just kill both creatures and have a Planeswalker in play with that.
Okay, let me teach you a very valuable lesson that I learned from Ari. If you just pretend the card doesn't exist, it won't happen to you. Just don't say it.
Yeah,
because
that's why I didn't say it before. What's that? Oh, that's this new...
that's fine.
Yeah, well, that's weird.
That doesn't matter. That actually
it doesn't matter because we just bolt.
Yep. That's a cool one.
Sort of. This deck? I don't know. Does this matter?
No, I just triple bolt them, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter again. you can keep your force in case they have Warping Whale.
The real story of this coming up was we were discussing if I mentioned what if our Burnham has Gutshot for our Vault Scourge that we were about to attach Cranial Plating to, and Ari's like Ari literally just said you can't say things like that, Jarvis. Now it's probably going to happen. Fortunately, it didn't actually happen because it's actually very unlikely to happen.
Yeah, I think you told me that story once.
But to this day, Ari's like, yeah, just don't say shit like that while we're playing team events.
I learned from that. Like, I didn't say it at first, but I couldn't control myself for the last turn.
Alright.
Okay, so we won that. Probably
fuck, the ugly Seal of Cleansings have to come in.
Those are really unlucky Seal of Cleansings, yeah. Alright. Is Winter Orb good against them?
No, I don't really
think... All their lands do make 2 mana, that's the problem.
I think Meddling Mage is pretty bad, generally.
Is it?
I think so.
I mean, there are spots where you can name the 6 mana Chandra, but because you can't counter it. But I think you want the removal spells because of Eldrazi's. Oh, I think you might want Explosive. Oh, this is weird actually. Do they play Current Great Vader? I don't think so, right?
It can obviously, but I think the weird thing about that specific version is there's not really a stock list.
What about Lavinia? Is Lavinia any good?
Fine, I think. I think I'll probably have it.
Is it better than Meddling Mage? Like
yes, I think it
prevents Chandra per default and maybe something else. So it's probably better. I think I would just shave 1 or 2 bolts, like because they have mostly. Wait. No, don't shave bolts.
No, I think the card I actually want to shave 1 Preordain, even though that seems sort of crazy.
You can also shave Bauble.
Well, let me. God damn it! This version
maybe side out the Lavinia again. I think Lavinia's not worth it.
The real problem is this version is all over the place because so few people will play it that people just kind of do what they want with this specific version. The blood.
I'm pretty sure that they have Chandra. But apart from that, I don't know.
I'm trying to find the last version of this deck on Goldfish, and it's not that easy.
Perilous Research. Jarvis perilously researching, or I guess.
Yeah, we still have a little bit of
researching,
time.
But going onto a perilous research, finding very scary deck lists.
Alright, there's one. Okay, that's not right. The only decks I see with Blood Sun recently are Painter, actually. But obviously our opponent is just like Eldrazi, Stompy-ish instead. Alright. I'm gonna cut 1 Bauble. I only cut 1 Bauble because I actually ran out of time to figure out what to do.
Yeah,
because I wanted to look at...
I would have cut the Bauble as well. I think the removal is too good because they're a Rebel Master deck. So, I don't know.
Alright, this is a very easy keep.
Yeah, let's please just win this. Go to a more likable matchup.
Well, the problem... So here's the thing about Legacy. People do this because that's this... Like, people play what they want to play, right? And there's a lot of decks you could...
I'm not saying that... Yeah. Like, they obviously have fun playing their deck, I think. But I'm just saying, it is so wild, and they can play so many big mana things with because of Blood Sun, Lotus Root, and like reusing Soul Lands as well. It's kind of scary. Do you bauble them first?
I think I'm going to bauble my... I mean, I want to play the Delver, I think, no matter what. So I don't want to bauble.
To keep that bauble for the Delver.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to bauble end step myself.
I was thinking about bobbling them, and in case like we see something that we could like Thoughtless here, that we waste them instead or something. But the other plays fine as well. I think just play Delver and bauble, I guess.
Should consider playing the Tundra first, I guess, but I don't think it'll matter that much.
I think playing the Volcanic is correct because in case they play Rebel Master, you can bolt plus Wasteland.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they play Rattlecaster, I'm definitely letting it resolve. I don't want to force it, I think.
Yeah.
If they play a Bloodsun, I think I'm just going to let it resolve, actually.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it sucks that I won't be able to fetch, but...
And wait.
Oh.
It's kind of close. There's a TKS, I guess.
I'm going to bauble myself first to figure out what I should do.
And let's get free info.
It's a Tundra, unfortunately. Probably have to force this then.
Yeah, I think you have to force, fight the bullets.
And then I'm going to waste their...
Wasteland carries us.
I'm going to waste their temple, actually. Alright,
Are we going to waste the temple? Yeah, I think
so. Here's what you're supposed to do, y'all. You're supposed to resolve this trigger first, obviously, because we know it's a dead card. And now look at our trigger.
And now it flips, obviously.
Yeah! Woo!
And now we're gonna find Daze thing. That's not great.
I'm gonna shuffle this. Yeah,
I think that's a very easy shuffle.
None of those cards do anything. Shit.
More do nothings. So yeah, let's waste the temple.
Alright, well...
Hopefully they tap this tomb like 2 more times or something. And just die.
Hopefully they don't have colored mana, is the actual hope. God damn it.
That's fine.
I don't want
there are not many cards that are scary
that's
here.
Fine.
Like, we don't care about that.
Nope.
Like, this is basically a life gain spell for them.
Yes, I saw the Painter deck with 8 Walders as well. So it loses all abilities, right?
Yeah, I think you just Tundra, deliver off Tundra, attack, and hope they don't play anything scary.
I mean, they're on a pretty fast clock, especially if this blind flips.
You saw one with 8 welders? Oh, yeah.
No, that's the Painter deck I saw as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there is... I have played a Lurrus Painter deck, but it's different. It's like a Storm deck.
Yeah, you can play Urza's Bauble. I think it's a little bit worse, obviously, but for monetary restrictions, you could do that.
Okay. So this just kills Dreadhorde and does nothing else. Yeah. That's fine.
It's basically shock for 2. Oh, shit.
Damn, that's annoying.
Okay, well, I have nothing now. I'm going to play Lurrus this turn, though. Lurrus Bauble.
Yeah, I think you cast Companion. Oh, you actually... Wait, it doesn't matter, right? Because you can't fetch anyway. But you're obviously gonna crack both baubles because you could draw like Force plus Pitch or something. So there's no reason in like...
I could bauble myself first, actually, to see. Alright, I'll bauble myself first. Force of Will. Alright, now bauble down.
You have to, yeah.
It's Chalice of the Void. Alright.
I was gonna say, but we played too fast, that we should consider casting Bold instead because they could have Chalice. Oh, it doesn't matter because we have... Wait, this card is insane now. Because we have Lurrus in play. I hope it survives. Please don't kill it. Please let survive QB.
So the reason I didn't do that was if they play a Rabblemaster and I have no follow-up...
I know, but I was gonna... I felt like... For like a brief second it seemed like one Dreadhorde would survive or something.
Okay, I have a 3/2 lifelink and you have nothing on board.
I think they're just dubs. They're dubs. Nice.
That was kind of a freebie. They didn't really do very much.
I think we made a very relevant error. I think you should attack first and then destroy the charts, because what if they actually have Bolt in their deck?
Oh,
or something.
Sure.
I don't think it's relevant, and I don't think that Bolt in their deck. But I was just considering.
Okay.
Like, there's no reason to not attack first, right?
Right.
It doesn't matter.
All right. So a quick 2-0, because this deck is pretty busted.
Deck is lean. Good cards win.
Good cards do win. Our opponents, I mean...
Every card in this deck is good, outside of Meddling Mage. And Meddling Mage is good against broken decks, so it's good.
Yeah, because I think this deck if you didn't have Meddling Mage in it, would be really not that good versus combo in game one.
Soft against the LED decks and whatnot.
I think it actually occupies the correct space. Like, you could play more threats like Sprite Dragon or whatever, but I don't think that solves the problem. Like, just having a faster threat versus combo doesn't really do it, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm tired of looking. I'm tired of looking at this deck. Actually, let's look at the mono red painter deck. Actually, that has Blood Sun. I don't see Lotus Field in this deck though.
I don't know why this deck plays Blood Sun then. It's just like a hate card.
I guess
like
so.
You have 3 City of Traders that it works with.
You have 4 Ancient Tomb, right?
That's true. Wait, does it work with Ancient Tomb? It should be, right? Yeah, it should.
Okay, so I think what actually happens is you can still tap it for 2, it just doesn't deal you damage, right?
Should work like that, right?
I'm not completely sure.
I'm not entirely sure because I don't know. It seemed like I remember that my opponents tapped Ancient Tomb and didn't take damage, but also I have the suspicion that in our last game our opponents tapped it and actually took 2 damage. So maybe it's bugged or something. I don't know.
I'm checking.
How's it supposed to work? I'm just gonna check the Blood Sun.
I'm googling
the ruling. Yeah.
People don't know.
Lose all abilities except mana abilities.
But the damage might be part of the mana ability. That's why I think it's weird.
Like Grove is a burn Lurrus. I think Grove also still works.
Okay. Then you still take the damage actually.
So then it's not even that good. Like you have 3 cities. And it's like Ashland hate, and Wasteland hate, and Karakas hate, and that's it. Doesn't sound too great.
Does Karakas do anything versus deck? It bounces Jaya.
And I didn't say Karakas is good against this deck. I just said it's a land that. I mean, I guess it also shuts off. What's it called? Or shut on board. Yeah.
That's true.
This deck is sweet, but I don't think it's very good.
Yeah, that's how I've generally felt about these style of decks.
I think you can build Painter in a more competitive way. Like I'm not talking about the Wild Storm Painter deck. I'm talking about you can build mid-range Lurrus Painter maybe, like black-red or red-white.
I would think something more like this, but stuffing Lurrus into it.
I would just put Lurrus in and cut all the other this deck, you don't need the bridge, you don't need Spine. I guess you could need Spine. So the card that hurts the most losing is probably Karn. Yeah. Karn is really insane. But the other cards are very replaceable, I feel like. I mean, the red is probably pretty sick in some matchups, but having Lurrus every game is probably better.
So the other thing I think that's pretty obvious is you stick 4 Mishra's Bauble into your deck as well.
Yeah, you probably play more LEDs.
And play maybe 2 more fetch lands.
Play one of Karakas.
And
as every deck does.
Honestly, why
does this deck play 3 painters?
Because there's one in the sideboard for Karn.
Oh, okay, I'm done. Sorry.
Yeah.
I missed that. I was riddling why this deck plays 3
and painters. Also, Bauble's kind of nice with Welder, generally speaking, right? It's kind of sick with Welder.
And then also Mox Opal becomes a card that you could play.
Alright, that actually sounds kind of interesting. Maybe we'll go into the lab on that one.
Yeah, let's do that probably. That sounds much better. Yeah,
Oops. Cancel.
One thing that's awkward, obviously, is Ancient Tomb isn't as good anymore because of Lurrus, I guess. You could still play it, but you probably don't want to. Yeah, you just run 8 engineers or 7, I don't know, maybe. It doesn't matter that much, 7 or 8 probably. And then Baubles.
What's the upside to Lurrus Painter over Lurrus Storm? was about to say
Well,
Veil, but there's
Lure
not that many
Finger
Veils.
has the upside of not needing the storm count. I'm not sure if Lurrus is better than Karn Rodrigo. I think it's better than the other cards that you have to cut. Like, I think it's better than all of the non-Karn cards. They are they're easily replaced by Lurrus, I think. But if it's better, it could be worse or better than Karn. I don't know. I feel like Lurrus is very good with LED. It rebuys the combo. It's pretty good with Engineer.
That's a good point. I can play Lurrus Painter without making as many mistakes. That's a good point.
Is Karn a complicated card to play?
No, I think they're referring to me versus playing Ant, where I just fucking lose all the time.
Yeah, I don't know if I think Lurrus Storm is probably also really broken, but the problem is there's a Meddling Mage Delver deck. There is still decks that all play Veil of Summer. It's kind of hard to Lurrus is really good in Storm, but it doesn't solve the deck's problems. Like, obviously you have to play it. Yeah, ANT is pretty hard to play, I think.
I stick to easier decks like kill all of your lands and kill you. Unfortunately, I think that deck is real fucking bad nowadays, unfortunately.
Rodrigo, have you seen the Epic Painter deck?
Oh, I'm not rich with baubles. I just have a loaner service. Shout out to Card Hoarder for sponsoring the stream.
So this deck could also run Wishclaw Talisman.
Oh, yeah. I think you want one Wishclaw. Wishclaw is so broken with Engineer and Welder, frankly. Let's see, do we want Nihil Spellbomb? Probably.
One thing that you can do is you can activate with Wishclaw and respond to Welded.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, that's the standard combo, I guess. But then you can also recast it with Lurrus later. So, Lurrus is like a semi-welder.
Yeah.
It's like an Emery. Like, you have Emery in your command zone here. An expensive Emery, to be fair. It's 3 mana.
So, I think you need explosives in this deck, or Pirate Spellbomb, just for opposing, like, Meddling Mages and shit. Probably Pirate is better.
I think you should still run Blasts.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Let's not forget those.
Drake, I remember losing that match. Yeah, I didn't play great. I'm trying to remember. Did I have a null rod?
Proxa and Entomb. Wait, that sounds big brain.
I don't think I want to do that.
I think it could be good in really grindy matchups, but I wouldn't start it. I wouldn't start with it in the deck.
We already have 4 Entombs.
So I would probably play like 5 to 6 blasts. I don't know. Right. It's hard to say the exact number. And now we have a space problem because we have so many 0 drops. But I really would like to play Mox Opal in this deck, like at least 2 or 3.
I think 2 to start with makes sense. Another card has been.
The question is, how good is LED? Like, LED is insane with Lurrus, and it's also really good with Grindstone and Painter combo.
From all the screenshots,
multiples isn't that good. Drawing 1 is really good. I don't know.
From all the screenshots I saw, I think playing 4 LED does make sense.
Entomb with 8 Dwellers seems good. You can play Opal. I'm not sure about the Entomb, but maybe. Entomb with Lurrus is good. That's for sure.
I'm trying to decide how many lands I want.
Seems better than Entomb, and we don't want looting. I don't know about all that.
Alright. So, how does this deck win? Let's see.
Well, so that's the reason why I want to Mox Opal. Like, you probably are a little bit more, like, you're spamming out permanents faster than the Karn the ready version. And you're emptying your hand much quicker, but you also have Lurrus as a backup, so it doesn't matter that much. How many lands does this deck need? I think probably like 16, 17.
Wait, what the hell is this Snow Mountain from?
A friend of mine loves those. He loves the promo snow lands, but it's mostly because he hates the other ones.
What is this from?
I don't know. I don't know. It's some promo. It exists in paper, I think.
Does it? I've never seen this mountain.
Yeah, I think it should.
Secret Lair.
Yeah, it was that. It was that.
I see. I do not. Copter is reasonable. Well, hold on. 4, 8.
Probably prefer Vistas. Oh yeah, I think you want Bloodstained Mire and you want Vistas. Yeah, you're right. I think because of Astrolabe simply. Also, it's pretty like your deck is gonna be on low lands, and you're not gonna play Ancient Tomb. So if you're getting Wasteland with like 2 lands that produce each 1 mana, it's gonna hurt a lot.
Sure.
So I think basics makes sense.
I think this version cannot play the tombs.
Yeah, I mean you could play like 1, but it does. I don't really see the upside. Like there's no upside. The only upside for Tomb in this deck is if you have turn 1 Painter, or if you are gonna activate Brainstorm with it early. Other than that, it's probably pretty bad.
This is 13 red sources, discounting all of the artifact mana. This is 5 black sources, 7 black sources.
Could play more Bloodstained Mires. Crystal Vein is interesting, yeah. I don't know. I've played Crystal Vein in some decks.
Well, this looks kind of good, like, actually, but...
It doesn't look that bad, right? And I feel like you could play, like, removal in your sideboard. You could play, like, you have Abrade for another rod and Collector Ufi. And if your opponent really has Stony Silence, then you can still Painter Blast. You can play Bolt's main deck.
I'm not a huge fan of doing that, generally speaking, because it dilutes your deck.
I'm not even sure if 8 Baubles is correct, but I would try starting with it, I guess.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad that this deck can't play Mentor as well. It's like every deck wants to play Mentor.
Yeah, if you could play Mentor, even like sideboard and like make a weird configuration, it would be pretty good in this deck, I think. But I think you're not allowed to do that. I think I'm pro cutting 1 LED for a land.
Yeah, I think you also might want to cut 1 mountain so you can add 2 Bloodstained Mires.
Stu, because... MTG bot is lagging currently. Yeah, it's just lag. 15 lands.
And you have like
this looks better.
1 Great Furnace. I don't know about that. I mean, it's I can see the upside, but I don't think it's great.
How much time is left?
It's not great. Great Furnace is not a great card.
Badlands is a bad card.
Playing Affinity.
Badlands is a bad card. Oh yeah,
Probably better to have more fetches. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I don't know about the exact number of lands.
We can probably go like this. I think.
Let's play 8. This is like 8 Bloodstained Mires, basically.
Yeah. So. 8 with only 6 actual lands, but I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
probably.
If you're in a game where,
Hey, not to forget, this deck could be 3 color. You could play green to have Veil of Summer as well, but I don't know.
Someone suggested splash white for artifact creature, Storm Hate, and Karakas. I don't think you want to play either Sworn Canonist personally. But
I think white, like either Sworn Canonist has been good in Painter decks historically, but the main problem is I think either Sworn Canonist is not a good card right now in Legacy.
Yeah.
There are so many decks that are artifact combo decks, so like it's much better if you have like Deafening Silence or something.
The weird thing is Canis doesn't even host the Garuda deck because all of their mana is artifact, and then they just play Garuda.
If you don't play Canonist turn 1 on the play, they're just gonna spam their artifacts turn 1. Like, I mean, Canonist doesn't do anything anyway, but for example, if you had Deafening Silence and you're not on the play, they're just gonna play out all their artifacts. Yeah. Like, those effects are not that good right now in Legacy.
It's really weird. The Garuda deck sidesteps a lot of traditional hate. Graveyard Hate...
Yeah, Garuda is really scary. As a deck. Scrabbling Claws? I don't know if Scrabbling Claws is that good.
It's like Claws versus Spell Bomb, and I often think Spell Bomb is better.
There's also Soul Guide Lantern, not to forget.
Yeah. This has been a debate in Modern, like, versus these 3 artifacts as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know the correct answer, but I generally think Nihil Spellbomb is better. But I don't have a real reason to say that besides personal preference.
Well, Nihil Spellbomb is better than more...
Also, Nihil Spellbomb's better with Welders as well, so...
Spellbomb is better against... Like, if you really need to remove the whole graveyard and draw the card, so that's like... It's not like... That's not important against the actual graveyard decks, but against like 4-color Snow, where you want to remove Euro and draw a card, maybe.
Yep.
But the other card, like Soul Guide Lantern, is safer against graveyard decks because it does something upon entering. And Scrabbling Claws is just like if the games go long and you can just tap it every turn, whatever. Just like a relic, kind of.
Yeah. Claw seems good versus Arcanist and Bauble. I guess that's fair.
Yeah, maybe you should play Claw. I don't know. It's maybe
Although, like,
Lantern is worse than Claw.
Well, the thing is, Spellbomb mostly solves the Arcanist issue because they have to put the trigger on a stack. But obviously, you don't know if you're going to get the Bauble or not because they might just sandbag the Bauble.
I think he also means like you can play Claws and just keep it in play for a long time and just always keep their graveyard on 0, so that they basically have to like overextend into their graveyard until you can like remove the card or something. It's like Relic, but we can't play Relic because we are a well-nerfed Lurrus deck.
This is
Rampage? I don't know.
This is the anti-companion card, but I think this card is just too bad. Like,
I think this card is just bad in general.
I don't know. That card is not very good, I think. Anger's Rampage...
It was designed to hate on companions, but everyone would just rather play companions themselves.
Drake 250s, what do you have in mind that you want to Angereth's Rampage in particular, is the question I ask of you. Like, instead of suggesting a card, I think it's better to suggest a card then also say what it's for, really.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Because I cannot come up with what I would really want.
This deck can play Kolaghan's Command in the sideboard.
Yeah, it can.
I know that sounds greedy, but you can, like, everyone plays Lurrus, and Kolaghan's Command kills opponents' Lurrus and returns your own Lurrus. Or Painter.
Costs a lot of mana, but that's fine. Oh, I
feel like there's a second Black Source missing. Yeah, I think Rodrigo is right. I think maybe we should not have cut the Badlands, or maybe we should add a second Swamp or something. I wasn't thinking too much about the mana base yet, to be honest, because I kind of want to find the other good cards first. But I think, yeah, not having a second fetchable Black Source is bad.
Yeah, I guess we can always have a Snow.
And 2 combos with Kolaghan's Command.
Chalice, Goyf, TNN, any Walker if it goes long.
You like the second Swamp more? I don't know. Swamp is kind of bad.
I think Swamp is kind of atrocious.
Like, the second Swamp is good in games where your opponent gets to waste you twice on Badlands, I guess.
Traxa? What's Traxa?
So maybe... Traxa?
Do you mean Traxos? Do you mean Traxos?
Is not playable in this deck.
Yeah, I don't...
Also, it's not playable in Legacy.
Maybe Atraxa?
Story.
Do they mean Atraxa? Nope, wrong colors. I don't know what Traxa is.
Yeah, maybe you're supposed to play a second Swamp because of another
sure.
Croxa. I guess they're meant
Croxa. Okay, I know.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I think it's viable, but there are not many matchups where you wanted that thing.
Yeah, I do sort of think the second Swamp is a trap because of Astrolabe, but at the same time Astrolabe filters it as well, so I don't know.
I don't know as well. This deck could also play like Hymn to Turok in the sideboard. It's kind of funny.
Back to the Rampage thing, I think that sounds good in theory, but every time I've played Rampage in the past, I've been sorely disappointed with the card, personally.
Yeah, me as well. I've played it in Delver. It wasn't great.
13 red cards. 11, 6, 9, 13. Pirate Spellbomb is basically a red card.
Rodrigo just really wants to pursue us into play Crocs, I think.
I don't know. I tried
I
Crooks
don't know
as
either.
well.
I don't love it. I think there are matchups where it's really broken when you have like an escape card. Like if your opponent doesn't have Plow as well. Also, if your opponent plows Crocs, you still have Painter to win and Welders. I don't know, but still, it feels like so slow in Legacy to me. It's probably not good against Dover. Also, there's everyone playing Karakas.
I think you actually do want to Spellskite. That's the card I was forgetting. Somewhere.
Oh,
Spellskite or Voting Jar, but Skite. The problem with Voting Jar in this format is there's a lot more plows now. So Skite is
also,
better than Jar.
Everybody runs Road and Collector Fee. So, like game 1, your opponent is not gonna have Rod usually, but post board. So you need. Yeah, I like the 4 upgrade actually. I think that's pretty. I also think Kolaghan's command is pretty good because it also removes Rod or Ufi. We actually have 5 answers to that post board.
It's so hard to build these decks.
You could also run like Thoughtseize in your sideboard against combo decks, but I don't think you really need that.
I'm gonna see what Painter decks generally do in the past. The problem is a lot.
Both in a sideboard, but also like, you could play Fatal Push in a sideboard to beat like Goyf decks, but they're not Goyf, not really Goyf decks right now. I feel like you could substitute some of the bolts with Embrace, like you can bring Embrace against Delver decks as well. It's not too bad. It's not great either, but you can bring it.
Oh, I found the Epic Painter list by searching for Painter Servant.
Nice.
Wow, this is a bizarre looking deck.
Show it.
Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom while I show it on the screen, but this deck looks really fucking...
that's the deck I've been playing, actually. Yeah.
Alright, chat, you can take a look while I use the rest.
Now it's unveiled. I was gonna show Rodrigo after this, but this is called the Epic Painter. Courtesy of Anthony Laborde and Marcus Evolve. It's beautiful, right? So the way this deck works is basically it basically copies the Epic Storm shell and just tries to win a Painter. And then like if your opponent has Emrakul, or if you like, you can generally generate a lot of Storm with Lurrus and LED as well, and Dark Witchrow. You can also go for either Wishclaw ad nauseam, draw your deck, Burning Wish Kendrils, or just Burning Wish and Fear. So this deck is basically Painter Storm. And yeah, Anthony has been working on this deck the past days.
Yes, the classic Painter Storm deck.
Yeah, very classic.
Do I think these companions will be banned? I don't know. I don't.
Well,
I think Lurrus is the most likely one.
Companions.
Yeah. I think
Lurrus. Companions that will never be banned in Standard or Legacy, I think, unless they ban all of them altogether.
Right.
Like there is, for example, what's it called? The Ooze. I don't know. The green-black one. I don't think that one is good.
Oh, Umori the Collector.
Yeah, I don't think that one is good in every format.
My friend.
I also don't think that Giganta, like the elf, the 5/5 or whatever it's called.
You mean Colossopede?
Basically, yes. I think that one is also fine.
That one's fine.
But I think Lurrus is probably one of the most broken cards printed.
Yeah.
For Legacy.
I think
I don't think that card will stay legal for long.
I think definitely Lurrus is the most likely one to be banned, if any get banned. I think Yorion is like kind of good, but also does force a lot more variance into your deck. So like the consistency of being able to play it on turn 5 is offset by the fact that your deck is inherently more like variant, right? So I think that one might be fine to stay.
I think Yorion is. It's tough to say. Like, it's gonna take a while until people find good Yorion lists anyway, because 80 cards is more complicated usually than 60 cards.
Bolus's Citadel does not really work to put in your deck once you have Lurrus in your deck. Just gonna point that out. What do I think of this? Oh, it's... What has changed from this deck? There's just a Gigantha in the sideboard?
But this Gigantha is just free?
Yeah. It is.
It's free in this deck.
Yeah. Sed and I played a lot of lists that looked very close to this. Like, plus or minus a few cards.
Wait, Gigantha is not free, right?
Oh, hold on.
You have Force of Will and Force of Negation.
Wait, why is it in here?
Yeah, I think it doesn't work.
Did they accidentally put it in their deck?
Yeah, I think it's deck building error. At first I was like, oh yeah, it works, and then I was like, then I realized, no, it's not only permanence. It doesn't work, right?
No, so the Rodrigo's question is it a mistake, or is it there for when you sideboard out the forces?
It could be a crazy sideboard plan where you board out all your forces in control mirrors, or like, but I don't think that will happen ever. I also think against Chalice decks, you still like against Chalice decks. I can see the card being good, but you don't want to side out your forces. So I think it's just an error.
Yeah. I believe it is an error as well. After having thought about it a small amount.
I like the idea of the Elves deck that sided into a Lurrus deck.
I think that makes a lot of sense actually.
Yeah,
because
this one here doesn't make that much sense.
Right. A lot of people sideboard all forces versus Delver, and so sure, but do you think a 5/5 for 5 is really that good versus them?
I also think 5 mana 5/5 is just not that great in Legacy.
No, it's literally Colossipede. Like, do you think Colossipede will defeat your opponent by itself? I don't.
I think it makes a difference in some matchups, but it's like it's worse than Tarmogoyf. Like, much worse.
It's a free Tarmogoyf, I guess, is the counterpoint.
It's a free
5 mana Tarmogoyf.
Because you can bounce with Karakas. Yeah, I can see that it, like, I'm not 100% set on that it is a mistake, but I think it's more likely to be a mistake.
I agree. That's where... Is Teferi like, good?
Is Teferi good in Legacy right now? Is the better question, I think.
Yeah,
I'm not sure anymore.
I don't know either. My suspicion would be no, but I also can't say that for sure. It's like really hard to figure.
I think Oko is still very good, but obviously people play less Oko decks now. I think Snow is still a very good deck, but people just want to try out all the companions and Lurrus decks, I guess. All the flavors of cats.
The +1/+1 counter. Also, you can tap it for Wooburg, right? To cast something. What can you cast with that? Gigantha, Wellspring. Oh, you can't use that mana to pay generic mana costs. Man, we should just side in one Niv Mizzet when we're doing this as well. Just tap for Gigantha to cast Niv Mizzet. Reborn.
What the hell? Niv Mizzet should be a companion. When it kind of is a companion in the
it is
because they have so many copies that they always draw.
Okay, so I guess you could put green into this deck. I don't know how it would work.
I think you could. Yeah, I don't know. It was just a suggestion because I really like the idea of having Veil of Summer and Anger.
Right.
You could also like shave on a braid and one of the other cards and play like Abrupt Decay, but that seems pretty hard to cast. I don't know. Maybe you change the mana base and then it works.
I mean, you can main deck Veil in Painter You definitely can do that. I don't know if you want to. And I also don't... I guess I would cut some baubles to play Veil in my main if I did that. So I guess...
Yeah, I think Rodrigo, I think everyone is just overhyping on Lurrus. And also, the card is too good. It's just both.
What happens if we do this? So we want snow-covered forest maybe with this many veils, right?
Yeah. You definitely want 4 Arbustas, and you maybe want to split like fetches now. Like you want maybe you want like Wooded Foothills in addition, or as a split.
I think all of the fetches definitely want to be red in this sort of deck, though.
Well, I've played the Miracle Lurrus deck in Legacy that basically has almost no win conditions.
I think you can play red and
that one
Veil.
is pretty good, but I think all the other control Lurrus decks are not good. Probably.
What? I mean, I believe you can play both of these cards. I don't. You just name blue, like
you can.
The more interesting question is, do you still want 2 swamps? And I think the answer is yes, still, but it's closer.
I'm not sure anymore, actually. I feel like you would want maybe like a green dual land. So maybe I don't know. You can't play Bayou. Bayou is weird.
You don't want that much of that effect.
The main problem is if you add Tiger, you have less Lurrus sources, so that doesn't work.
Oh, Andrea.
Okay, let's focus on the match.
Yeah, enough BSing for now. There's plenty of time to BS afterwards.
Yeah, Bayou seems pretty bad. I think you still need to...
no, the Plateau!
So this hand is a mulligan, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, opponent is Yorian! That means there's snow control, I think.
Yeah, that makes it even more a mulligan. If you had Force of Will, I would have considered keeping. Pretty easy keep.
Wow, Eternal and Asteroid, so lucky. Yo, that's so lucky to draw a 4 of in your 80 card deck.
I don't know how lucky it actually is.
It's not that lucky. I was just being facetious. I think I'm just gonna play Arcanist here.
Wait, Meddling Mage is so bad against them.
It's not that bad, but I'm playing Arcanist. Whoops. I probably have to tap red mana though.
Yeah, let's play Arcanist.
Okay. Do you have another Arcanist?
I almost wanted to play Meddling Mage and Plow. I would probably play Pyro here actually, because we have Daze now. Because that way you can maybe generate a token. I mean, there could also be an argument for playing Arcanist and wait until you can cantrip with Pyromancer.
I think I'm going to do that actually, because the other thing is if I Pyromancer cantrip, flashback cantrip next turn, it's just way better. And the downside to this is...
I mean, I don't think Arcanist is going to stick. That's like... Maybe I'm just pessimistic, I don't know. But yeah, you can also put the Arcanist. I don't think it's that much worse, because if you draw a land, you can Pyro, play land, have land in play.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, well, this way it was actually better to play the Arcanist, because if they forced Pyro and killed the Arcanist, we would have nothing, and this way we can maybe get the token.
I'm not dazing that. Kind of annoying we haven't drawn a land, but I think I just play the Pyro and say go.
Yeah, I think you keep playing threats. Because you still have Lurrus in your sideboard, basically.
The problem is I don't... Yeah. The only problem is I don't have a Bauble, and I don't have a land.
Yeah, but we have cantrips. Next turn we're just gonna Xerox. Basically. I still don't know what this Meddling Mage is going. I really was tempted to play it on turn 2 and name slots of Plowshares.
That would have worked out a little bit better, but
yeah, but I don't know if it would be correct.
Yeah, I don't know either.
If they win a Euro, you can Meddling Mage Euro, I guess.
Yep.
That works. Okay, that's fine, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna Daze the Plow. That's likely to be played.
Have they played a land yet?
No.
I think they just mind games. I mean, it wasn't really that much for mind.
It doesn't matter, like, because if I Daze first and they play a land, then they just play the fetch anyways. Do I want to Daze this for a token still? Probably not.
I don't think so. No.
The problem is this Daze is looking quite bad. I mean, I could Mage naming Dead of Winter, but I don't think that's...
You would much rather have the Daze for Yorion and not throw yourself back a land drop, because then you can play Lurrus earlier. We
have not played against Garuda yet. We played against Mono Red Eldrazi, Stompy, and Bug Lurrus Delver.
Right. That's not too bad. You could Bauble them and play information on the card, but I don't know if it's correct because they have library.
Well, I kind of think I just want to cycle the Bauble no matter what.
You want to get you would want to cycle it anyway.
I could Bauble myself. I could Bauble myself, see if I draw a land, which is actually probably better. Because like if I Bauble myself, see a land, and I can't trip into land, then I can Meddling Mage as well.
I guess.
Yeah,
I think you were gonna cast Ponder this turn anyway,
though. Okay.
Like, there's no scenario where you don't cast Ponder. I think. Like,
that's true. All right, there's another Bauble. I think I'm gonna take the fetch and just play Mage, probably.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could draw Delver.
I don't
make them remove it, but
I don't think I want to do that. I think we can do better. I also kind of just want a Meddling Mage Oko.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, okay. I see.
But I can Bauble them first to make sure. Alright, Ice Fang. I could Mage Ice Fang.
Probably should.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure, but...
Well, the problem is Oko is going to be...
still really good, but it can't remove the Meddling Mage's ability, or can it?
I think it can, because the card's just named.
Oh yeah, it can, because the second ability is the... Yeah. The first ability, it doesn't matter. Like, it can't remove the Ice Fang, but it removes the other thing.
Yeah, I don't care about naming Dead of Winter with this Meddling Mage. I don't think that's correct.
I think if they Dead of Winter, that's fine, because they also have a blocker for the Meddling Mage anyway.
Yeah.
They have so many Strixes in their deck.
Well, they're an 80 card deck, so they probably just put in more Strixen.
How do we even win?
I don't know, probably by drawing a bunch of cards.
It would be good if we draw Karakas. Oh, stop.
Oh, shit.
I think you should have...
Brainstorm first?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, I think you should have Brainstorm first.
Oh.
Because if you would have found like a Force of Will, you could have protected it. I feel like you would protect this with Force of Will. It doesn't matter, now we're in another spot. Like, yeah, now you Bauble yourself.
Yep.
But I feel like it was correct to first Brainstorm, just to ensure that it resolves. Right, and we don't want to draw that.
Right. I think I'm just gonna say go now.
Yeah, we can't really attack anybody.
I do not believe Strix is a real word, so I don't think there's an official plural. So I don't really care. Maybe it is a real word? Right, that's fine. I don't think...
Strix is a real word. Strix is a real word, yeah. I think.
Oh, it is. Well, it's
It
a
is
it's a
a
myth.
type of owl.
So there's actually two plurals for Strixes, which is Striges and Strixes. So
Yeah.
both were correct.
I'm
Wait.
shocked that you thought it was not a real word.
It's a real word in the same way like chimera is a real word.
Well, no. Or am I wrong?
It's from mythology, that's why.
Or then just the German translation is all.
Yeah.
The German translation is what I'm gonna look it up. Because I know what the German translation of Winter Strix is. Okay, so the German translation is just owl in English, or codger, or screech owl.
Okay, fine. You got me, John
really
Carter.
This is really
Alright, I cannot force a will that one anyways.
That's pretty bad for us. I don't know how to win this game.
I think I'm probably going to lose, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I have to daze this one.
You're probably supposed to daze, yeah. So what we could have done different this game was not much, actually. Like, we could have waited longer to find Karakas, but that gives them more time, then we lose anyway. So I think the only... Like, we could have played Meddling Mage in turn 2, but I don't think that was correct as well.
Alright, real question is, I think I daze this Preordain now. Because, like, what else?
Probably. This day's not gonna do much anyway.
Exactly. I'm probably dead. By the way, versus an 80 card deck, I don't actually want to side out Wasteland, I think, but...
We are gonna go into it. And yeah, I think... Okay, what if we just concede?
Dude, I have literally so
I don't know.
That was a really bad brainstorm, but also even like a really good brainstorm, I don't think would even win anyways. So
yeah, I think we were just like when Lurrus dies, and 2 Arcanists and Pyro die, it's probably over. So blasts, Winter Orb, blast, Winter Orb. Probably siding out.
I think Bolt is not great, but it has some utility.
Okay. What's worst between Bolt, Force of Negation, and Meddling Mage? Do you still want Meddling Mage?
I think so. I think the issue is I would rather have those than like Lightning Bolt.
Not being able to bolt, like, I don't want to bolt Strixen, but you are inevitably forced to do so at some point, I think.
I think so as well.
So, I don't know. Maybe you need like 1 or 2 bolts. I don't know. For Arcanists. Wasteland 2 days to bolt 2 STP.
I definitely...
That's usually how I would side for.
But I think that's wrong.
I'm talking about, like, I would probably leave in 2 bolts. I think. I would leave in 2 bolts. I would not side out Wastelands, though, in this matchup. Yeah, no, I was thinking about the Crypt as well, but I don't know.
I don't think Crypt is that great. Like, I think it's okay. I think it's exactly
It's good against...
yeah, that's what JP does, but JP also has adaptability. Like, I think...
Yeah, he has changed his Cypher plan
exactly.
a little bit yesterday when I played against him as well. Yeah, Wasteland isn't that good, but also they are a very mana-intensive deck. So, like, it depends.
So are we.
Maybe actually, what about just bringing in 2 bolts and 1 Crypt instead of 1 Wasteland? 1 Wasteland, 2 Daze? Actually, no, I don't want to side out Daze on the play at all.
I agree with that as well. I think I'd rather side out Meddling Mage than the other ones. Alright.
You could cut a waste for something, yeah. I think you want some amount of those cards, I don't know. Maybe
I'll play 1 of each.
It seems like a concession.
Alright. Screw it. I'm just gonna mage Swords of Plowshares and leaving all of the mages.
Yeah.
Zach, please stop spamming emotes. Good lord, please.
I think that's also what we should have done. In game 1, turn to Meddling Mage and Plow.
Sure.
Just to make sure that an Arcanist Strix, an Arcanist 6, not Strix. I'm confused by all the Strix.
Sure.
So this hand isn't great, but I think you might want to keep it still. Wait. Yeah, you would want to hit an Arcanist in the Ponder for this hand to be good.
I'm gonna keep, but it's definitely on the low end of keepable hands.
If you hit Arcanist and Ponder,
yeah,
this hand is going to be pretty good because you have double Daze and you could just go all in on that, basically. I don't know if you would want to do it though.
Okay, that's not too bad either. I think I'm actually gonna take Pyromancer and play it next turn.
Yeah, because you have double Daze. I think you're gonna draw the Force probably, and play Pyro next turn. And Meddling Mage bottom, probably. I mean, there's also a situation where you want to be able to cast either one of those next turn if they have like Thoughtseize or something. But I would play it this way.
Yeah, I think drawing the Force makes sense. Obviously, I don't think I'm going to counter almost anything they do on turn 1 here, personally. But
yeah, Tundra, Pyro. Pyro seems underplayed right now. Maybe not in Grixis, but in other decks. That's totally fine, right?
I don't think this matters, yeah.
They can't DK, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Maybe people should play more Young Pyromancers.
If they plow, do I double Daze the plow? What do you think? I think so, actually. I could also force it as well, but I think double dazing is actually better.
I'm not sure if double dazing is better, actually. Double dazing makes one more creature, but cuts you off the ability of casting Lurrus early and then recasting your Meddling Mage or whatnot.
Actually, change my mind. I would just force pitch Daze.
Yeah, I think that's better.
And if they counter back, that's fine.
Yeah, I think double dazing is a little bit safer, but you lose so much equity. Yeah. Do you just play Meddling Mage in Dead of Winter now?
I think so, because I think a single plow is not.
You actually do that play. Yeah. Because that's one card that can blow you out. And otherwise, like you could also name Snapcaster Mage.
Nah.
I'm not sure, like they definitely play 3 to 4 Snapcaster Mages, but they also play 3 to 4 Dead of Winters, probably.
Yeah, it's weird. They have 80 cards, so there literally could be anything. I think I just let it go.
Yeah, that's fine. Well,
that's good.
Brainstorm. Sadly, we don't have. Okay, so we can Daze a Snowflake.
Right.
I'm thinking.
I'm just gonna attack with both.
Okay. I was thinking about brainstorming in case you like. There's a scenario where you need to brainstorm pre-combat because you hit Arcanist, you cast Arcanist, and then you can bounce the land for days. And if you have to Daze now in combat, it's gonna be kind of annoying.
Well, no, because I just floated blue, return the land.
Oh yeah, you can cast the brainstorm still. Oh, never mind.
I was thinking about that, and I'm like, I thought it through, and I'm like, there's actually no reason to cast.
You're correct here. But there are scenarios where you have to.
Right.
Like cast your stuff pre-combat. Wait. Why don't you brainstorm?
Because I want to brainstorm the land away if I draw a fetch.
Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. I'm rusty with Dreadhorde, I guess.
I don't think I play the Lurrus here just to apply pressure.
That's a play I have done so often that I just missed it.
Sucks. And then I'm gonna put the lands back, play Ponder, and probably shuffle.
You could also put Ponder on top and play Delver so that it flips next turn. I don't know if it's better, but
Actually, that might be
that's
better.
that's the other option because you ensure 3 damage.
Yeah.
You're kind of back to the wall here in a way, so.
Am I? I think I'm actually in pretty good shape, to be fair.
I don't know. Maybe I just have played Snow so much that I feel it's really powerful.
I mean,
because
I mean, like this being here, I think makes it a lot harder for them, right?
that makes it a lot harder. I'm just scared of them having like Euro into Strix or something like that. Like those quaddles are really annoying.
I agree, but
one thing you can do now is you can attack with Delver and Token, and they block, and then you cast Lurrus and recast Delver. Delver won't flip, and we would draw another land though. So I don't know. That's correct.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. I don't know why you would do that at this point. Well, then we ponder, I guess, off Volcanic. So we still have the option of playing Lurrus, even though we might not. Definitely shocking this.
Yeah, those are shit. That sucks.
So what to do? Do you even want to play Lurrus? I don't know. It can't even attack or get anything back.
I'm gonna attack with my 1/1 though. Get in there.
That's for sure.
I think I just play my fetch and say go, unfortunately.
Yeah. How did the guy draw 3 STPs?
Zach, please, come on. Just calm down, Zach.
Wait, wow. They also drew 3 quads. But that's just stuff that happens.
Right. This is not a good scenario for me. Alright.
Well, this is something that like it's not another Wasteland at least.
Yeah. Well, it's not that.
I think that the Snow matchup is much worse than the Miracle matchup.
I agree.
I don't know.
I think it is worse. It's not like you can deck them.
My initial suspicions of this matchup being bad is they seem to be what's it called, validated.
No, KG Chandler, I just want Zach to think before he talks. That's all.
It's a good strategy in life, generally.
Alright, so I'll tell you Stefan's secret to getting a high elo. He really, really gets mad when he makes mistakes. That's literally it. That's the secret.
I know.
How many Dead Winners do you think there are in their hand?
Good question.
That's not good. Well, actually, what are they going to target? They have to target this, right?
They have to target the Meddling Mage, I think. Or they are just not going to cast it? Okay.
No.
Yeah, well, whatever. One less Meddling Mage. Well, it doesn't seem like the magic gods were with us in a way.
I think I'm dead.
Get in for 1, yeah. Do you know what I always think about this deck? The JPA Delver deck? Yeah. Sometimes Postboard Snapcaster Mage would be really good.
I was thinking about that too, but the problem is, yeah, you don't have a lot of slots to put those in there. Good job, Dokkamoi.
Wow.
I knew there's a reason I modded Dokkamoi.
I mean, they actually drew 3 Icewing Claws.
Oh, all right. Now I've almost certainly lost, even though. I mean, if I draw Mishra's Bauble this turn, maybe I can get back into it. But
obviously their draw was good. I'm gonna admit that. And our draw wasn't that great. But also it just happens.
Yep.
There are like sometimes I would be shocked or upset about something that is high variance, but there are more crazy scenarios than this one.
I could have been attacking if damage went on the stack.
Oh, it should have first strike. That way it would get banned faster as well. Well, at least we're not stone cold to Euro because we can Karakas it, but they will draw a lot of cards.
They can like keep casting their growth spirals.
Yeah,
Their
they
draw.
get life while doing that.
Do you think they'll Dead of Winter my lone Lurrus? Alright. Does Black get first strike outside of Knights? Spirit of the Night. Spirit of the Night, I believe, has first strike.
Kezadrix as well.
Yeah. Appropriate to our chat earlier.
That's the most random thing ever.
Don't want to force this? Probably not. Getting clowned by the snow guards. Yeah, I generally think that the snow control deck is probably at its best versus these slow Delver decks. And even like the fast Delver decks, I think is a pretty good matchup generally.
Yeah, I'm gonna investigate snow more.
Okay.
Should we have end-step Karakas the Euro?
Oh shit, we should have. Fuck.
Yeah, that was.
I missed quick past that. I wasn't thinking, which is not great.
Peeps.
Spirit of the Night?
I hope that's not gonna start mattering. What's that? DK? Yeah.
Oh, and bought it! Oh no, they had decayed the entire time.
I think you will just want to let them. Actually, your play was better now, I think. Because we just let them attack with Euro first. Like, they get one card anyway. I think our main way to win this is drawing enough cards with Bauble and always protecting Lurrus.
Yeah.
And I think we're probably not gonna win because they have library, but there is a chance.
There is a chance. Top card's Delver. I don't think I want that.
I don't know. It's a pitch card. Like, you don't want it, generally speaking. I think you just replay Bauble and pass, and play land and pass.
Yeah, now that I have this going.
You just draw it, and then you can end step reuse the fetch land. Like, Delver is not a good draw, but it's also not among your worst draws, and so you can also leverage the fetch land longer.
That's a good point. So not Karakasing actually ended up being a lot better, I think?
Yes.
Because if I Karakas, they just snap decay, right?
Yeah, maybe your play was actually just better. I just didn't think about that Lurrus is more important than Euro doing on the battlefield for a second.
Yeah.
I just didn't weigh the facts there correctly.
Now the problem is if it dies this turn, I'm probably done for. Like to an abrupt decay or something.
But you can't play around all those. Wait, that's annoying. Let's check with Bauble first, I guess. Wait, or I don't know. I don't think it matters that much. I would just check with Bauble first.
Winter Orb, probably not very good here.
I don't know. Yeah, I would force this, I think.
If I get Veiled, so be it.
I don't know what to do with the Winter Orb. Yeah, we're very behind. But it's okay. That matchup is also just unfavored.
These games certainly felt like that. Like, they have an 80 card deck. They still have their Yorion, which is a...
They can certainly not be decked. This is kind of funny.
I definitely don't want the Winter Orb now. Although maybe I should have just let them Fate Seal me before doing that. Whoops.
Yeah,
nice.
I was. That's why I was thinking so long about the Bauble crack. I was like, if you leave the card on top, they're gonna fate seal you.
They're probably just gonna fate seal me no matter what.
Yeah, I just meant like we could manipulate our top better there.
Yeah.
So now let's draw. I don't know what.
Right.
And Treat the Ancients would be good.
I think I'm done with this.
We're just gonna scoop it up.
Friendship with Lurrus ended. Now it's your new best friend. Yorin's a sweet card, that's for sure. I think it's a sweeter card than Lurrus.
I don't know if like I'm very skeptical of the Yorion decks in Legacy. Like I think Snow itself is a really good deck. I'm not sure if you have to play Yorion, but Yorion helps in like it helps against, let's say, Eldrazi because it's a blocker and it's good in the mirrors. But it's not that good in the mirrors because you can Pyroblast it. So you don't really want to cast it before, let's say, turn 6 with Veil backup or turn 8 plus without any backup. Because you don't want to trade your 5 mana spell for a blast and give your opponent a full turn where they can resolve anything. Right. So I'm not sure if it's worth it, but there are matchups and there will be meta games probably where it's correct to play Yorion. I just don't think it's right now. But I'm not sure. But some people have been really high on it. Also, like I thought, like you and Anurag and yeah, some of the people just think it's really good. So maybe I'm wrong.
Well, 2-1 unfortunately, but that matchup seemed really hard.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, they had Plow game 1. We could have played around the first Plow maybe. That was like the most impactful decision I feel like we could have made to change the outcome. And game 2, they just had a pretty good draw. We flooded kind of, and our deck is just not well set up to win after they remove our first like 3 to 4 threats. Because we can, like against the Miracle Lurrus deck, you can just trade 1 for 1. Like the game goes on very long and you can just wait for the win cons to blast them. But against this deck, all their cards cantrip, like every Strix, every Snapcaster and Euro cantrips, and you can't trade well with them. They will just overcome you at some point inevitably.
The Strix can also kill you. Like
yeah,
at some point they can just start attacking with their 1/1, so it's like impossible to deck them, I think, as opposed to the other deck.
Yeah, Pokemonkey, that's like I think that's a thing, and also I feel like Yorion is really good, but also the meta game right now in Legacy, I feel like I don't want to have Yorion in my deck. That's just what I mean. Like I think you like the 80 card snow decks, they're probably good at some point. I just don't feel like it's good against Delver or artifact combo decks, and there are mono Delver and artifact combo decks right now. But yeah, that's like my main concern. Otherwise, I think it's probably good in some matchups.
So these 6 lands do not cast Lurrus, but that's probably fine. So Pemin, we have.
Hi, Mark.
We have Pemin of Pemin's Aura.
Yeah,
which I think
have a Pemin's Aura.
Yeah, I think
one of my EDH decks.
Pemin's Aura, I think anagrams to I Am Superman, if I remember right.
Let me see. I don't know. Pemin's Aura. I am super.
Pemin's Aura.
Yeah, that's genius. Yeah, it does. It has only one N, so that way it works. I didn't know that. It was about some of the other anagrams in Magic cards, like the Vineros disc, if you know.
Yeah, that's just Larry Nevin backwards.
Exactly.
But that's not like also Mon's Goblin Raiders is named after Mons Johnson. There's a lot of like in jokes that a lot of people don't realize. But
there was also the flavor text of Nip Mizzet.
Oh yeah, you rotate it 90 degrees.
Yeah, I found that one to be funny.
There was also there's a deep analysis. If you look at the original picture, you can just see there's a picture of Masticore, and the flavor text is "This specimen is broken." Like OG Masticore. Nowadays, Masticore would not be a playable card in any format, sadly, but... Yeah, I know. Morphling was Superman.
Old Magic cards had great flavor text sometimes. Not all of them, but a lot of them. I'm gonna be AFK for like 5 minutes.
Yep, that's fine. Oh, hold on.
Let me back.
Yep, GL2 to Andreas. Alright, I'm gonna think about this painter deck a little bit more. What else do I want to put in this deck when I eventually play it? Let's go look on the internet. Toem Tour. Nice, classy Slaghorn. Alright, cool story, Tagores. Cool story. Like, to be fair, he was stuck on 3 for a bit, and if his 4th land had not been a basic land, it would have, that Wasteland would have looked really good. So I think that's not a really fair assessment. Oh, I know you're a bit of a troll. That's why I'm not giving you all of the attention. Alright, but what else does this painter deck want? Let's see. Looking on Goldfish at other painter decks again. Emery Painter, huh? What else in this deck? It's a blue-white painter deck. Not sure, Harry. Didn't think about it, but that's definitely possible. Oh, now is a good time to shout out. If you all enjoy the stream and you have a spare Twitch Prime sub, feel free to hit that sub button. But if you can't afford it, you can follow here, YouTube, Twitter. It helps out. Trust me. Forex Claw? I wasn't really ever planning on playing 4 Claws, but maybe I should. Are you supposed to play 4 Claws in these decks? Because a lot of the lists I saw did not have 4 Claws. No, there wasn't. The list I saw only had like 1. But maybe that's due to Karn, right? Maybe I should have more claws. I'll put a second Wish Claw in. The problem with Wish Claw is that it's kind of clunky, right? Maybe it's just so good that you're supposed to play a bunch. I am 2-1 in the prelim. I just lost to 80 cards Snow, but that's okay. Losing happens. MTG bot's being very slow today. Alright, maybe I just want a bunch of claws. Sure. In which case I would shave down on the interactive elements, probably, if I wanted to play claws. So this looks kind of good. But I think I want 4 Veils in the 75, most likely. Not sure about this card. What else can we put in our deck? Can put... Not that, not that, not that. The options sort of drop out fast. Oh, because I was just comparing them. I don't love Soul Guide Lantern either, Pemin, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, Veil is kind of in that spot, right?
I'm back.
There are 1, 2.
I also agree on the Veil message, Veil statement. I think Veil is a card that should not exist. Legacy should not be legal, but so much other random stuff happened that the card is probably gonna stay for long.
Right.
And I hate that. I really hate it. But some people, I mean, there are situations where it's like there can be interesting scenarios to play against. And with Whale, like the classic, like it's kind of stifled sometimes where you can force your opponent to leave that 1 mana up for multiple turns and basically like fake Wasteland them for like 4 or 5 turns or something. And then in 1 turn you basically unload all the cards that way counters and you strain them on mana.
Right.
But it gets really obnoxious when it makes complete decks unplayable, or when there's like a really long control mirror and the person who draws more Veils and Blast wins. But that's the part I don't like about it.
So I do think Rodrigo put up a good point that you should play more Wish Claws in this deck. Only having one was probably a mistake.
Makes the deck more consistent, and we have more real cards to play.
Right.
Also, yeah, Soul Guide Lantern only was there to like. I just wanted to show all the options we have. Oh. Yeah, I didn't think that like I was not gonna play all of those.
We can walk our opponent with Necrogen Spellbomb.
That's sweet.
You can gain 5 life per turn. You can turn something into a 3/3 until end of turn. I don't know why this one does
almost like an elk.
I don't understand this card. This one's good, obviously.
Somehow, some of the spellbombs are much better than the other ones. Was Origin Spellbomb?
Yeah, it was
good
played
in draft.
Yeah, it was. All the spellbombs were good in draft. Actually, this is the actual answer. Except for Nihil. Nihil didn't really do very... Like, you could put Nihil in your deck if you needed Metalcraft. But...
Oh yeah, because it cantrips.
Yeah. I remember having a draft deck with like 3 of these because I had like 4 Rusted Relics and I just needed any cheap artifact. But this card... Obviously, I think Panic was pretty good. Origin was pretty good. And this one was like fine. This is like a little bit expensive to just fetch up a land and put it into your hand. This one occasionally killed your opponent, so. But yeah, no, they were all playable in draft.
I see.
And like in specifically Old Mirrodin, all of these were playable in draft as well because the affinity for artifacts was a mechanic, obviously.
Yeah.
And second off, they all cycle, so
and like other stuff.
Matt says, I had a 3x Furnace Celebration deck with 15 spellbombs with no text ones. Oh, that's pretty funny. So, for those of you who don't know what Furnace Celebration does, I'll pull it up.
Oh, that card. Yeah, that's kind of a build-around.
Yeah, I mean, if you have 3 Furnace Celebrations, you're just going to put every spellbomb into your deck no matter what. I mean, if they have no creatures, how do they ever win? They don't, is the answer.
That's true.
Alright, 2 matches left.
I was thinking about it,
but... for all of Scar's faults, I think it was actually a fine draft format.
Probably. I've played it like, I don't know, once, twice, I think.
The major...
I was pretty new to limited back then.
Yeah, I think the major fault with Scars were the rares were really, really, really good. Like, Wormcoil Engine, you just opened it and you're like, well, this doesn't require any thinking except I'm going to play this in every draft deck. Or like,
It's like Stonecoil Serpent, but it's better.
right. I mean,
You
like,
just cast it and you put it in every deck and it's gonna win.
same for like a card like this. This was just like an easy first
Oh,
pick because
this kind of sounds obnoxious.
that was
You
also just like an auto
everything
first
up.
pick. This was also an auto first pick.
Yes, I'm from Europe.
Wow, what gave it away? Was it the fact that his last name is not? I don't know. Maybe like Czech. Oh my gosh. Zach, you.
There have been people who said that I look like another person from Czech Republic a lot. But I'm not from Czech Republic. I'm not from Germany, but you're close.
You're from Australia, right?
Yeah.
The joke is he's actually from Austria. No, Pam and I knew that. It's a bad in-joke we have.
I live where the kangaroos come from.
Oh. Alright, 2 matches left. Gosh, I wish they would.
I think this painter deck looks playable at least. So
yeah.
I was thinking about what's it called? Abrupt Decay.
Yeah.
But then I realized like the mana is probably not the problem for that card, but it's still much harder to cast than Abrade, and you have to remove like non-run effects when your Astrolapes are turned off. So you probably want max Abrades, so you don't have any space for or Abrupt Decay probably.
I think Abrade was such a huge boon for these strategies. Being able to kill Nolvrod or Oof is just like great for obvious reasons. Unfortunately, it does not kill Karn, which is very unfortunate, but
it's true.
I guess that
might be... how do we win? Oh yeah, we have no Spellbomb anyway. Never mind.
Yeah, we can.
So thinking about Emrakul, but I forgot that we have one Grave Aid main deck.
So for those of you who don't know, old Painter Stone, if you have no Graveyard Hate, you have to basically kill them with attackers because you can't.
Yeah, with like Spirit Guide and stuff.
I remember that happening a small amount of the time, and usually it only happened.
I remember when playing Lightning Bolt decks in Legacy that I never lost to the Painter combo, rather to just them attack. I lost when they just blood moved me and played out apes and 1/3s and 1/1s and just beat me down.
Yeah, Copter would be good if that was your plan, but I think a better plan is to just Spellbomb them, personally. I don't think you should put Brainstorm into these decks all too often, unless if you want to reconstruct your deck like completely.
The main problem with Brainstorm is that you need a blue land to Brainstorm and then fetch, so it requires a lot of potential blue. And then you would want to play more blue cards, probably. I'm not saying it's wrong to play Brainstorm in these decks, but I think red is better.
Mm-hmm.
Brainstorm is kind of poorly splashed. I mean, this could also be a Rock Painter. No, it can't because of Lurrus. Forget it. Lurrus is better than Brainstorm.
Rest in peace, Wilson Hunter, the painter. Do you remember this deck?
Oh, yeah.
This was Wilson. Do you know what happened? His artifact lands got Pernicious deeded.
Oh, I love
by
it.
Paulo.
I've played the Bucks Dancing matchup against like Affinity a couple times.
Yeah.
I was actually playing a PV stack basically, and you just played against Affinity, and you were like, wait, this card is 3 mana. This one-sided Armageddon, destroy random creatures in addition.
Yeah. Oh, Chris, I know you have. I know you've deeded a bunch of Vault of Whispers away. This deck was, I think, extremely overrated, actually, for how good it actually was, but it was Paulo playing it, so it didn't really matter. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty stacked.
Well, so I had a very interesting conversation with Alex after this. He's like, yeah, I still hate Legacy, but at least I have a GP top 8 in it. Those were literally his exact words.
Very interesting conversation.
I can sort of understand what he's getting at. He didn't play a lot of Legacy, and
I feel like if
a lot
you
of
don't play the format a lot, it's kind of hard to get into. Like you need to have seen it a little bit to enjoy it. Like it could be like for example, if you have low sample size and you see only like the broken combo decks turn to killing something, like those don't exist that much. Like there are challenges and like combo decks, but
yo,
there's much more like fair blue stuff.
Look at how young Wilson looks.
Like a child.
Yeah, I know. Batterskull
Like
did
baby.
surprisingly well today. Once Batterskull was figured out, that Stoneforge Mystic deck went everywhere real fast. I remember. Okay. I think. I'm trying to remember. There was a play here that was really good. I'm trying to remember where it was. It's been a long time.
I remember this GP, but I don't know which play you mean.
Oh, we have a match though.
Match started.
Do you think
RNG specialist? Oh no.
That's Wilson Hunter, a friend of mine. He runs Cardboard Live. The text coverage used to be really good back then. There was no video coverage, but there was good text coverage. Alright, Lurrus. One Lurrus in my hand is bad. Oh, this is fine. I'm going to ship a Brainstorm, I think. How do you feel about that? I think the Bauble's better, and I think...
Yeah, I like that we have at least one Bauble. Yeah, and I think, yeah, I'd rather have double Ponder in case we are forced to search for lands.
Alright, looks like
how crazy is it to bubble ourselves, and if we have a land on top, not cast anything?
I don't think it's that crazy.
I think it's actually correct if we don't draw anything else.
It's kind of good, actually.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good now, because we can still cast something with the mana.
I was kind of hoping they would Daze.
That would be good.
Plateau. Alright, I think I actually wanted...
for the win! I don't know.
I think I want to draw it. The question is, do I bolt upkeep?
I would probably just take damage, because they could be playing an Arcanist.
Right.
Oh, being on a draw sucks. Yeah, I think I would just take damage. And instead bolt, probably. And in case they play Arcanist, you probably either instant Brainstorm or cast nothing and play Plateau and bolt it in your turn to play around Daze.
Do you see what happened?
Like that.
They stacked it so the Delver trigger resolved first, but it wasn't a spell.
So they missed.
Yeah,
misplayed.
Yeah, it was a slight misplay, obviously, but those things matter.
Yeah.
No, they bobbled themselves.
Yeah.
I am looking at the chat log, like, they definitely bobbled themselves.
Yeah, they just misstacked it, but that's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
Lurrus is your new best friend, but it's not a dog. Strange. Arcanist incoming. Okay, so we have two things to consider. If we bolt end step, we are forced to find another removal spell in Ponder. That's one line. The other line is you answer Brainstorm to set up like a secure bolt with like Daze or something. I don't know which one is better, but I think that's the two plays you can make. There's also the play of not casting anything and just playing Plateau bolt in your own turn. But that way, I think we lose too much like velocity, or I don't know how to say it.
I'm going to cast the Brainstorm.
I think Brainstorm response is probably the correct way.
I think so as well.
It feels bad to cast Brainstorm this way, but I also feel like if we don't do it, we set ourselves back too much.
I'm going to get Volcanic, I think.
Yeah, I would get Volcanic. I'd rather have, like, if I'm on short on lands, I'd rather have red. But obviously, double white is gonna be relevant later. Okay, we have a lot of lands.
I don't think he needs Plateau anymore, actually.
Well, yeah, you don't wanna. You're gonna fetch on Tundra anyway. Are you gonna? What are we gonna shuffle away? Like the Plateau? Then we only have one white land though. I guess I think we should get rid of. It kind of sucks. We have so many blue spells still. Yeah, I think get rid of Plateau. It makes us unable to cast Lurrus, but also it kind of sucks to not be able to cast all those Ponders and Delvers. So.
I'm not going to flip Delver yet. I think I have to do something else, Chris. That's the Delvers are not a high priority right now, I think. Right. I think this is fine.
I think we're just fetching and casting Ponder in case the Bolt gets forced. Like if they force Bolt, I would probably Ponder. I mean, we could also play Delver, but I would play Fetch and I would Bolt. Right? Or like you don't want to Ponder first. It would be crazy, I think.
Yep. Oh, that instant resolved.
Good. So
I think I'm gonna play a Delver now, actually.
Delver, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Because it really should not.
It's fine if they bold it.
Well, they also the way they played it, they F6 so fast that it made me think they had nothing.
Oh, even if they have Daze, I would snap Blade into the Daze here. I feel like. Force of Negation, okay.
It's kind of annoying.
One thing that's annoying is, yeah. We're gonna see. We don't always have to play around Daze. Zach.
Sometimes you're supposed to, sometimes you aren't, but it's not. There's no clear formula.
It's actually a really complicated sub-game of how and when to play around Daze. I think in this scenario, if you don't play the Delver here or anything, also I think actually the Delver is a worse card than Ponder here.
Yep.
Because what we want to find, like we want to get rid of their Delver. That's a higher priority than us having a Delver, I think. We also want to get rid of their Lurrus, potentially. Also higher priority than having a Delver yourself. So I think it's fine to play a Delver here and potentially drawing their Daze out of their hand. That's the main reason.
This Delver doesn't matter, essentially, unless if it flips, which it doesn't.
I mean, it could end up mattering, but it's not like a safe bet or anything.
I think I'm just going to Ponder first.
Yeah, off Volcanic, I guess.
Yeah. I have another red source here.
There's Daze. There's no removal, though.
I think I'm just going to shuffle. I don't think these
actually... kind of weird. Like, I don't really... Did they play a land last turn?
They did. They were on the play. They played a land set go after pondering.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, okay. Then we shuffle. Because if they didn't, then we might have kept Daze, flipped Delver with it and stuff like that. Oh, that's good. That's good, I think. I think I would actually play lands. Yeah. Brainstorm, even. I would, yeah, I mean, usually I would keep Brainstorm longer, but I think we don't need the Volcanic. And it gets much worse if we wait with the Brainstorm and don't have a fetch land anymore. If we are not able to fetch after it. We're just searching right now. Searching stuff.
We're searching for removal, essentially. 2 removal spells would be ideal because we need to kill both.
Baubles. Arcanist obviously is also good. I mean, Daze would have been decent, but the other cards are too bad. Like, you don't want to have mono counter spells.
I actually think, the counters are situationally good.
Yeah, like, if you would like to draw 1 counter and removal. That's what I meant. But it's not like that. It wasn't like that.
I wonder if our opponent's considering Force of Negationing this.
Interesting.
taking a long time. Alright.
I resolved. So probably getting rid of both lands. I don't know.
There's a small amount of merit of getting rid of the Delver and keeping the fetch, I think, but it's probably not.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like they would have wasted us, probably. Maybe not. I just feel like I want Force of Will because I want to be able to counter their Lurrus.
So, Grateful Dead, I'm not doing that because I sort of want to counter their Lurrus. That's exactly why.
Yeah. I'm not sure how to play this, honestly. There's the line of keeping a land, putting away Delver, cantripping again. There's the other line of putting away 2 lands and be like real greedy, have the possibility of pitching Delver into Force of Will.
I think you
can also play the other Delver.
I actually think I'm going to hold this to pitch to force their Lurrus, most likely if they play it.
Yeah, I kind of feel like... Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Yeah, I think that's a good play. The plays are on Daze. They could have found Daze in Tundra. Them hitting us for free doesn't matter that much. If they play an Arcanist or Lurrus, we can counter. And then we still have both cantrips.
Yep.
I think that's probably the best. It just feels awkward to not use your mana here, but I think you're forced to. It's weird. You see that we played into Daze with 1 Delver before, but now we are playing around Daze. And the reason for that is that this 1 Delver wasn't that important. So sometimes it's not important to consistently play around Daze, but rather play your less important spells into Daze and your more important spells not into Daze.
Yep. Homeless Sun, thank you for the follow. How many PTQs have I won? I don't know.
Jarvis has won a lot. Not so many.
I think I actually...
Well, I've won some. Let's say that.
I think I've qualified off of GP almost as many times as I've won a PTQ, so... It's close.
Winning PTQs feels pretty good.
Winning Moto PTQs is really fucking hard. I remember losing the finals of a Moto PTQ, and I was like so tilted.
I've lost finals of not exactly PTQs, but events where I would have been qualified a lot. Like there was this MOCS Mox Open or something where I lost finals, and then there was another thing. And also a lot of like GP top 8 win events and lost. And those can hurt.
Yeah, obviously they hurt, but you should also think about you should think about all of the times, all of the good things you did to get there, and reflect on that appropriately. Obviously, because there had to be good things before the bad things.
Obviously, yeah. That's good though.
So
they also have a really long brainstorm. But this time they still have the priority.
Yeah.
If you know what I meant.
So Zach, I think if I remember correctly, I have 18 PTQ top 8s and I have 5 wins.
Oh yeah, that's.
So they're playing Arcanist. Probably. They're playing Arcanist and maybe wasting me. Oh, this is kind of weird.
If they waste us, we can just redraw lands. What's that? What is that name? Bolt? This is kind of annoying, but also I really don't want to counter it. I don't know. So like, if you don't counter it, they're gonna name worst case scenario a removal spell, I think.
Yeah. I have 3 bolts for 2 plows left.
Yeah. If they know JPA's list, or if they are playing it, they're bolts.
I think I actually have to force this. Well, maybe not.
Main problem is if you force, you're gonna be forced to like Xerox into a removal spell. I mean, do you think they're gonna waste you at first? Like,
I think they probably will waste us.
So do we redraw the third land or do we still fetch? If we still fetch, then I would force, actually. If we are fine playing off 2 lands, then I would force of will.
Actually, I'm gonna let this go, and depending on what they mage, I might just play the Lurrus next turn. Actually,
that's also an option. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to work out what's going to happen over the next few turns. It gets kind of complicated. Depends on where they waste or not. If they waste, I think I'm going to just redraw the land, and then it was a fetch I left on top, right? Shit. I kind of forgotten. Oh, they didn't force a will?
Okay. Well, that's fine. They just wanted to ensure that their Lurrus resolves, I guess. I think you're gonna, redraw the land. And now we're gonna... That's interesting. They could have Daze, so I don't think we want to play Lurrus.
I think I'm going to just fetch for Plateau and play Brainstorm. Or...
Makes sense, yes.
Because this is definitely...
I like that play. I like fetching Plateau and brainstorming away the Force of Will. I think that's probably good use. Okay, we have Plow 4. So the main problem here is...
I'm going to just put the forces back, I think.
Wait. Stop.
Shit.
Let's go slow. Okay, fetch. Sorry, yeah. I just had to think about something before we were gonna go do stuff. Because we have to consider that this Delver is starting to get pretty annoying.
I know. I could just ponder play Delver.
Well, you can't anymore because you have Plateau.
Oh, goddamn Plateau.
But that's not too bad. I think you can just Delver.
I could just Delver, leave up Plow. I haven't gotten Dazed yet.
So the main problem is that we are getting low on life total though. So they're gonna attack us for 5 and we're going down to 4. I think maybe you're supposed to ponder actually. To ensure that the devil flips and that you have a second removal spell and that you can remove the Delver and the Lurrus. And the next turn you can play Lurrus plus Delver. Something like that.
If I'm going to do that, should I just Plow first? To play our own Daze?
Yeah, probably.
Right.
Maybe we should have not fetched Plateau.
I don't think these are
quite interesting, but those cards.
Well, I have 2 removal spells in the yard.
What about? I think they still don't have Daze. What about just?
I think I'm just gonna draw.
Cycle the Bauble, draw all of those.
Yeah.
And next turn, just tap out for 2 Arcanists or something.
I want to see what they're drawing. Ponder. Okay.
Good. This game was complicated. I think fetching Plateau was probably wrong, but I didn't think too much about it. I thought it was good because we...
they have the Karakas.
Yeah, that's annoying. So it's good that we plowed the Delver, though, because we could not have plowed the Lurrus. They're gonna draw 1 card and then another card. I think we were just gonna jam both Arcanists.
I agree.
There's no way that we hold 1. We need to make sure that at least one of them can attack. Yeah, 1-3 is pretty decent on this board. You could even say that you could even double block the Lurrus.
They haven't played many removal spells. That's sort of dangerous, I think.
Yeah, that's true. So we should probably not do that. I was just getting fancy, I guess. Could also triple block the Lurrus. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm probably not gonna do it. I
actually think you're gonna double block the Meddling Mage, maybe.
Yes, if they attack with it, I would double block the Meddling Mage, but I don't think I'm going to double block the Lurrus.
Oh yeah. Pretty sure. I was just saying it's an option, but we're not going to do that.
Of course they're not going to send the Meddling Mage. I just think double blocking the Lurrus is more likely to lead to us dying immediately. I might actually chump block. Well, actually, that doesn't make sense, but this Delver's not great right now. Although maybe it'll blind flip. I guess going to 4 is fine. I hope they do that, Chris. I actually hope they do that. Alright, I'm just going to go to 4. For what it's worth, I lose to 2 bolts, but I think 2 bolts will be so impossible to beat this game anyways that I'm not bothering to play around it. How have only 6 turns gone by in this game?
I don't know. I think there are a lot of decision points, simply.
No.
Also, our opponent... Wait, we actually are the same clock.
Yeah.
Interesting. Almost.
They bobble themselves, and so they probably see that the card's bad and they're bottoming both with Preordain. Or bottoming one and topping one. Okay, sure. So we're at 5. Alright, let's see if we blind flip. Brainstorm, okay. Alright, we have a lot of decisions again. I think I might just lead with Brainstorm, personally. I'm gonna play Brainstorm looking for a removal spell.
I believe so.
Ooh, that's actually
Karakas
okay.
is okay.
Yeah.
So Arcanist removes Meddling. We have Karakas. Can we play our own Lurrus this turn? No, we don't want to. They have Karakas. Never mind. Sorry.
I mean, I could, but it might get dazed.
Could draw a card. I don't know. I think you actually want to do it. Yeah. I think you put Delver Volcanic on top. You attack first with both. You kill off the Meddling Mage. Then you play Karakas. Then you cast Lurrus.
Well, the problem with that play is if they force the Lurrus, then it's not good for me.
Is it?
Yeah,
I guess.
So I think I'm actually supposed to play the Lurrus first, then do all those other things.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. I just thought we were gonna play around Daze with my line, but
yeah, I am playing around Daze
better because Force of Will hurts us much more than. Yeah, I think you're right. Playing around Daze doesn't help as much because we still would have the option.
Should I plow or bolt?
I'd bolt. Well, I'd actually plow.
Yeah.
I think Clark, like killing them could be relevant. Yeah. Like not time wise. I mean, just race. We could try come into a race situation. I mean, because of the life link and stuff like that. We kind of really want to draw Wasteland now. Wasteland would be really good. I feel like. Also, when is the card timing to Karakas their Lurrus? Just right now, right?
Or their upkeep.
You could also just not. It's interesting. It's really interesting. You could also just wait. Yeah, you want to do it in their upkeep, I think.
Yeah, I'll just crack both baubles, I think is actually correct.
Yeah, I think, yeah, whatever. You kind of have to Karakas theirs anyway.
Whatever. Now
this is showing
Yep.
how infesting this card is. How this card infested the format. Like, and it's not like a 4-off that you can draw every game. You just have it. You just have it.
Yeah, you do draw it every game.
Yeah, I mean, like you're not you can't draw it in every game. You have to draw it every game basically. Like there's no can or no chance involved, no variance.
This game got really weird. How are we? What happened?
We're very low on life, and we're probably behind the resources, but we're ahead on board. And if they can't remove Arcanist, I think we're gonna win still.
Yep, agreed. Maybe they just drew no removal and only have.
I think though that being low on life, like that's fine because that way we were allowed to remove this one Arcanist that could have snowballed.
Yep.
So I think that's fine. Okay.
Also,
they can't play their own Lurrus.
I was going to say their mana's not ideal for this scenario, actually, which is kind of nice.
We have the same mana right now, but we are not like they had Plow. If they had Bolt, that would have been much better.
Yep.
Maybe they have a Bolt in hand and they just don't want to cast it because 2 bolts are lethal.
I lost to 80 cards. Yorian Snow. M&M.
Yeah, and I think that matchup just wasn't that great.
They still have this in their hand. What's this? It's a Jeskai Lurrus Delvermere. I'm 2-1 in the prelim. This is game 1. This game has gone on for a while, actually, if you look at the clocks. This is game 1, and we both have used about half of our clock.
True. Maybe... Oh yeah, I think those mirrors actually, like the actual Jeskai Delver mirror goes really long, so maybe we should just focus on not tapping out.
I agree.
So let's do that. I think we also took a lot of time on our previous decisions, but I think the rest of the game is going to be fairly straightforward.
Okay, so they have another fetch for their Lurrus.
It's fine.
Yeah, so funny you mentioned that. Sed, I think, got decked by this deck playing Miracles yesterday. Lurrus Miracles.
I think this deck basically induces decking in some matchups. Especially the mirror, but also against the new Lurrus Miracle deck. Games go really long. Okay, what about I guess you still cast Lurrus. I don't know. We can't cast Meddling Mage the same turn, but it doesn't matter. We're just gonna cast Lurrus, draw cards, cast thing over. Or they are drawing bolts.
Maybe it just Mage
Meddling Mage on bolts.
Yeah, I think the 2 plows are gone.
They are allowed. Wait, I'm not sure. They are allowed to attack with Lurrus that way.
Then I'll block with the Delver. Yeah, I think this is fine. That was actually really good for me to see.
Yeah, I think that's the correct play probably.
There's only 2 plows in the stock list, so this actually locks them out of removing stuff until they land an Arcanist.
Yeah, it also locks us out of removing stuff, but we have more creatures right now. This is so strange.
Oratart, do you play the prelims? Or are they trying to cast Lightning Bolt that I did not allow them to do?
Maybe. Well, if they waste time on by clicking on cards they can't cast, then that's their fault.
You do play films? I don't know. I mean, variants, I guess. That's what I'll say.
People often forget that whenever a deck is popular, you're still not bound to play against it. Like you're not 100% sure to play against it in a given event. It's very likely, but like it just happens that you can be unlucky in that regard, or lucky, or whatever. Force of Will, it's castable again. Great. They have Arcanist though.
Yeah, I'm going to Bauble myself and see what happens. Daze.
So we can force life at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are just gonna. Yeah.
I'm gonna just leave all my creatures back. This is still game 1, yeah. MTG bot's broken. I don't know why. Oh, do they have Force of Will? That would kind of suck, actually. Sort of looks like it, though.
That would be pretty annoying. Well, bye-bye, Lurrus. Yeah. It's interesting because... Yeah, I think now you want to attack with these... I'm not sure if you want to attack with both the Lurrus, because...
Yeah, just one, I think.
If they plow the Meddling Mage, you can kill the Arcanist.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking about.
Would have been much better if we had the Daze first.
I agree, but...
Doesn't matter.
They might plow this
spell. Still game 1 is crazy. Okay, now we kill this for free? Or we don't, okay.
No, but I knew...
Wait.
I have to do this.
Have to, but they're just gonna cast Lurrus and recast Arcanist.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I think you should have...
Okay, yeah, no. I should not have done that. I didn't think it all the way through. That was actually pretty bad. That probably loses the game.
Whatever.
I was worried about time, but...
We can still draw another Pulse. Okay, I think at this time...
I'll just say go.
Yeah, you just say go, and hope they don't have another removal. And then...
Do I even bounce this now? Doesn't really accomplish very much.
End step, maybe.
Yeah, end step.
I don't think no. End step makes them spend more in their next turn, and then you can bounce it again. Like the force on our Lurrus is also pretty crucial.
I think attacking might have been bad, actually.
Attacking with the Wandover.
Yeah. They found a
Wasteland. I haven't played this mirror match before. I have not played it yet, so this seems interesting.
I think
we're just gonna reassess for the next games. It's fine.
Well, I'm certainly losing this game now, I think.
Yeah, definitely. But they need to kill us. Like, because of clock as well, so...
I should have double blocked, but whatever.
Yeah, should have. Because of trample. No, because of...
So, I'm not gonna lie, I am making them use their clock as a resource, but I think that's legitimate.
I think it's legitimate in this mirror match. Like, we're not, like, randomly...
Oh, shit, if you bounce the Lurrus, they get another instance of using that. Whoops.
Oh, yeah. Well... We're just gonna pass and block it.
Is that correct? Is that how it's supposed to work? I guess so.
Yeah, it is. Well, I would just cast my spell here.
Okay.
So I think we made a few slip-ups, like 2 or something.
Yeah, but 2 is a lot, so...
2 to 3, I would say. They also maybe made 1 or so, but...
Do you actually think Meddling Mage is good in this mirror?
Sorry, I didn't understand this one. Sorry.
Do you think Meddling Mage is good in these mirrors? Kind of seems like no is the actual answer.
I'm not sure because there are games like we had the situation where we can name old and it shuts off their removal. It's not that relevant.
Parting shot.
Yeah, we're dead. They made the mistake of attacking with Arcanist because it drains more clock. Like, I don't want to actively time out people, but also this mirror match seems like it would be stupid if you didn't play for clock.
Yeah, I agree.
Like you would just put yourself at a such high disadvantage. Yeah, Meddling Mage is kind of bad. Lavinia is good. Force is probably not that bad, but the other cards are better, I think. Explosives is probably good, yeah.
I like explosives, actually.
I think Force is fine because you can counter Lurrus. That's it. Otherwise, I wouldn't want it. Yeah, I think I would just leave it like that. Actually,
This is 61 cards, so...
Oh, it's 61 cards. It's so few win conditions. It's really few.
I think I'm going to shave another Force, actually, personally, but...
yeah, let's do that. And just to keep all the creatures that we have.
Yep.
Like, it might be correct to have Meddling Mage in the deck just because it's a 2-2. But...
he doesn't board EE and keeps 3 foul. But I kind of think that... Well,
EE is much worse against Lurrus, but... you have so much answers to that. I feel like you have 8 removal to Lurrus. You just need to make sure to get rid of Karakas first.
Yeah. So there's a few things going on here. Cut Forces on the play, I think, is sort of an interesting idea. But I actually think Force is actually worse on the draw because if your Force ever gets dazed in a post-board game, you basically lose. But the other thing that's going on here, there's not many Queen answers to Lurrus plus Karakas, so I'm not sure. I think I'm going to
actually think
I'm going to have one EE, 2 fouls, but
I don't know. Like if the game goes really, really, really long, Force is good. Well, Bolt and Sword are good answers, but if the game goes long and they have Karakas and stuff, I guess we have Wasteland as well. But...
we never drew a waste for their Karakas, for what it's worth, and they didn't draw a waste for us.
We wasted them early though, right? Or did we not?
I don't think we ever wasted them early. Actually,
we wasted and retention. We wasted Bug.
All right, I'm actually going to keep.
Yeah, let's just keep this and play. Quite.
But also, like, the other thing is, I just kind of, if we're playing for the timeout plan, I think having a lot of answers might just be good. All right, that's a Delver on top, though. I think I'm just going to keep it and play my Strand and say go.
Yeah, I would actually have played a dual land, because if they waste us, it's fine with this hand, right?
I guess.
Like, I would want to make them waste, actually. But it's not a huge difference, because...
that's good.
I think you just played Delver.
I was thinking about which land, but...
and I would not waste my fetch land here.
Right.
That's also one of the reasons why I would not have played the fetch land turn 1, because this way you could have been playing Ponder as well. But you probably would not have wanted that anyway.
Do I daze their Bolt?
No, I think.
Yeah. I don't think it actually matters. I think the Delvers are actually kind of irrelevant.
If the game goes really long, you would want to take those trades like Daze for removal or Daze for creature. But Delver is your most expendable threat. Do you Daze that because it turns off Daze? Like if you wait, they're not gonna force. I think Bolt is just better. I think you Daze this actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. They probably
the next turn we are probably brainstorming mid phase. Could also play this, but I think brainstorming is better.
I think so
Could
too.
also do nothing, but I feel like brainstorming main phase is better. Because you could draw sorcery speed cards like cantrips and bubbles.
Alright, I'll put this
Like
back.
this, for example. Yeah, put away EE and
A ponder
one
right
ponder.
there.
Yeah, probably a ponder. We're just gonna take this slow.
Yep. Make them kill us. Oh, they missed? Did I put a ponder on top?
Yeah, I think we just redraw the ponder actually.
I think so too.
And I think we don't play the pyro until we have 4 lands actually.
Okay, sure.
It's fine, whatever. I think you redraw the ponder and cast it before fetching.
Yep.
With Tundra. Or actually maybe with Volcan. No, I think with Tundra actually. Because you're not gonna want to waste them.
I think I just shuffle. This is kind of bad.
Actually, I would draw the Delver and play it.
Okay,
I
sure.
think.
But
I would just draw the Delver, play it, and hope they remove it, basically. And pass. Like, Delver isn't great, but it makes them do, like, it makes them have something, right?
right.
And we have an answer already, so. They're just passing. Okay, we're gonna fetching. We're gonna fetch an upkeep, I think.
Do I just get Plateau?
Get Plateau? I think you have to here.
Yeah. It sucks.
I don't know. Plateau is such a bad card. Okay, Bauble, whatever. I guess you...
I'll just Bauble them to see
Bauble them, yeah.
Their top card's Plow, so I don't really prioritize this card very high. I think I'm just going to ponder looking for...
I would just ponder and set up a turn where Pyro makes 3 tokens. Oh. This is kind of okay. Make sure to put the... I mean, maybe you don't want to keep this actually because they have Karakas, right?
Well, I'm planning on just burning 2 removal spells on their Lurrus.
Okay, well then put Plow on the bottom because of the Bauble trigger.
Yep.
Because that way it flips over at least. Okay, you're just gonna attack here, not do anything. I think.
Yeah, I know I can use Bauble to flip the Delver, but I was planning like I don't want to explain too many things. There's a lot of time to be gained.
Yeah,
essentially.
This matchup is about clock, and B, I think it was actually correct to like spew the Bauble there to make your other decisions easier.
Right.
And it doesn't really matter if the Delver flips. I think. Like it could matter, obviously, but
yeah, it could, but
I think in the grand scheme of things, most of the time it won't matter. Yeah, now we're just 3.
Do I play the Pyro here?
I think so. But they still have Plow though. I think I would still play it. I think you Pyro, you ponder off Tundra.
Yep.
Okay, so
that's fine.
That's fine.
I'm obviously not spewing a bolt to the face just to make a token. Alright, I think I just
those are all good, I think.
Yeah.
I would bottom the Brainstorm actually Brainstorm second, I guess. I don't know, it doesn't matter too much. We were not gonna cast Brainstorm anytime soon, that's what I meant. Right. I think it was correct to have it second, but I also think we were not gonna cast it. We were just waiting.
I mean, ahead by a minute, but a minute's not infinite, fortunately.
So this is Lurrus, I guess?
Yep.
Okay, Lurrus resolves. Actually, this is better than Brainstorm on top. Because now you don't have to cast Brainstorm Firebolt. In case you need all the removal spells to get rid of this. Okay, there's Lavinia. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Her doesn't do anything. So now I would just... Interesting. Do you insta hold, or do you untap and then start removing stuff? I think your tempo doesn't matter. You don't cast living in instant, right? Or
right.
I mean, you don't prioritize casting. So I think I would just untap and then play 2 removal spells
on the Lurrus.
On the Lurrus, yeah, and then probably also blast the Lavinia after that. Yeah, I think Plow is the bad one, obviously. I think that was a misplay. By like how you tapped it, but I don't think it matters because you can't.
Oh shit!
Like,
You're right.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think. Like if they have force, it would matter. That's what I meant. Whatever.
I didn't think too long. I should have tapped the Tundra for sure.
Yeah, I should have tapped the Tundra for the sword, but.
Repping Lavinia end step doesn't do anything. Yeah.
I said it in a tone where it sounded like it was a big mistake, but it wasn't. It was like if they had a force, it would have mattered, but otherwise it didn't.
They have a lot of Soul Guy Lanterns in their deck.
I don't think it's bad, but I also don't think it's like the attack to win the mirror. I think it's okay.
Should I just play the Lurrus now, or should I just brainstorm looking for my Karakas?
And honestly, I would just attack pass.
Oh, sure. Force them into a situation where they have to do something.
Yeah, I don't feel like they don't have lures. They don't have any threats that produce immediate value. You can just sit back. Our biggest problem is that our own 1/1 takes our clock, but that's fine. And honestly, just play fetch attack and just wait until we have 2 bad cards in our hand.
Yep.
There's no pressure.
I'm gonna sandbag that one actually, I think.
Yes. So if we draw another land, I would cast Brainstorm. Yeah, I would still not cast Brainstorm, I think.
They're trying to play for my clock too.
It's fine. Okay, they're removing our creature? No. Attack.
I think I might actually play this land now, but whatever.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. They played their land.
But I speak German.
Volcanic Island Brainstorm was the play.
Wow.
It's fine.
It's fine. So now I would actually instead Brainstorm. No, I have bold. Let's just bold it. Let's not think too much about this.
Yeah. I don't want them to gain too much time on me.
Yeah. Okay, it's gone. Oh god, all the triggers. Just play fast, I guess. I think we're in a good spot.
Yep. I think they're playing for time as well.
You have the inevitability with your Lurrus and your Dreadhorde Arcanist. You're not forced to do anything. Yeah, that was weird.
They're trying to play for time. All right, whatever.
Yeah. I think cast Brainstorm. Put away lands. Yeah, removal. Wasteland is good. Waster Karakas.
Shit.
Yeah, cast your guy. Wait, this is really dumb. We might wanna just F6 at some point, every turn. Like if our creatures die. I think we're gonna kill them though. Oh, maybe not. Just attack. Pass, I think. Just don't cast cantrips. Just wait.
Alright, what if I just remove all stops?
Yeah, I think you do that. Because they're just doing the same, so maybe you can get some time
Shit.
with that.
No, they did the same thing. I'm gonna lose then. Wait, what the hell is going on? Is it crashing?
Wait, that's really bullshit.
What the hell happened?
No. Priority should still pass between the players, right?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened to the clock now? Wait, I thought we were behind the clock. What happened? What the actual clock?
I don't know what happened.
Okay, maybe discard another land. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Wow, this is peak magic. We're winning.
No, isn't the problem I'm gonna deck out?
Oh yeah, maybe you at some point you need to start casting. Yeah,
I'm up on time now, so I can just.
Yeah, just autopilot.
Yep.
Just don't listen to me. Just remove threats, play threats, wait for time.
This is so stupid. Shit. Fuck.
No. I'm sorry, this is not funny, but it's also really stupid. Is there another game if you deck? Yes. That's the problem. We're down one game. Otherwise we would be fine with just decking and having a game 3. I think sadly you have to cast Brainstorm. Maybe not. Maybe you have to actually. Holy moly.
I think I'm actually dead.
Yeah, I think we're decking and not killing them. Wow.
Also, like my moto lags slightly when this happens.
Yeah, this is kind of stupid.
Maybe I have to leave in Meddling Mage for this reason. This is pretty bad. They're not going to time out, actually.
The problem is Sodek, or whoever says that in chat. I think we are gonna deck before they time out.
Yeah, that's the actual problem.
Otherwise, this would not be a problem. Plow, Arcanist. Yeah, but no, we pay. We just saved all those things for this moment to drain time. Another Daze.
This is a matchup where if I had like one true name post board, I think I would easily win and just fight over it.
That's true. Bold face.
It doesn't auto yield. This is so clunky. This is stupid. Oh, I understand that, Harlan, but I would just board in a very specific way that I could have a bunch of true names and probably caverns if this is the exact shit that was going on.
Yeah, weird.
But realistically, I'm gonna die to timeout. Is the actual thing.
Okay, wow. Nice block. I think you don't even want to, or maybe you have to attack.
I have to. I hate this. This is actually really stupid. I don't think this is a big concern normally, but somehow we got into a position where we didn't have enough threats or time. But I don't have enough cards in deck or time. I also kind of think
I don't know.
Streaming is bad for these scenarios, essentially, is the actual answer.
That's true.
I use all my bolts? I did.
Yeah, well.
Alright, whatever. I don't care anymore. This is
a sub game of games. This isn't like.
See, so for all of you who want to discuss more, this is why I was worried about not discussing anything and just worrying about time instead.
Yeah.
Agreed. That's what happened here.
I think the way this game would have played out is we would have won, and then game 3 it would have been a clock battle again. Like if we had more time. Yeah, whatever.
Harlan, I would have just died. Okay, Harlan, explain to me how attacking them, putting the trigger on the stack, and timing out. Like, I don't understand. But when people say that,
there would have been a game 3, Harlan. That was game 2, right?
Dude, like, it takes time to put that trigger on the stack. That's the problem. By the end, I just gave up and hoped their internet would crash.
It was game 2 as well.
They had more life than we had cards in the library, yeah.
Game 3. Yeah. I don't know how to play. Like, I think if we had much more time, we would have won this game. And I don't know what would have happened in game 3.
Not gonna lie, I have a sneaking suspicion our opponent did know we were streaming and just took game actions to sort of abuse that fact. But that's okay. That's what you sign up for when you decide to stream.
I don't know. I heard that those mirrors go to decking often, but I didn't expect.
Harlan, I literally didn't have enough cards in my deck to kill them with damage. I had less cards in deck than they had life points.
We couldn't kill them. Like we couldn't kill them.
Like, literally, I don't. I actually do not.
We were deterministically dead in that game, either by time or by cards in our library, because Arcanist only does 1 per attack, and our opponent had more life points than we had cards in our library.
Now it's okay that if they want to turn the game into like a time mirror, that's fine. I should have just played faster to begin with. But it is also like slightly frustrating, obviously.
Yeah, it was pretty frustrating to be honest. But that happens. Also, that's the first time that I have seen this mirror like fully play out. So for next time we know.
Yeah, the only issue with that is you do have to side out. You would have to side out. You cannot companion your Lurrus anymore. But I think if you just side in 2 Cavern of Souls and 4 True Name, I think you just would probably win all of the post-board games if people. All right, our opponent's Bomber something.
Okay. We will not time out against them.
I do not believe so, and this hand's fine.
I would put away a Brainstorm.
I would too.
Yeah, you could side in the Lurrus, I guess. But yeah.
Oh shit.
I feel like it's probably. I feel like. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot to say that. That happened to me once as well. Like skip turn 1 because of that. Because I was F6 battling the game before. Yeah, 0 decks are kind of cool.
Kind of just want to shuffle and look for disruption.
Me as well. We want Force of Will. We want Wasteland. And they don't have Chalice, so Arcanist is pretty safe. So we are looking for other pieces that are missing.
I don't know. Everyone who said I could have killed my opponent that game, I'm just kind of frustrated because that was actually just not possible if you just analyze what was going on and how my computer was reacting to the trigger on the stack.
If we had much more time by playing completely different from the start, I think. Or if we left in the Meddling Mages because there are 2-2s.
Looks like I'm pretty dead now.
Wow. Okay. Is this beatable at all?
No.
Well, wait. Let's just not concede. We could drop Plow and like Plow
Sure.
2 times and make 2 tokens. You know, like. Also, doesn't a construct cost 2 loyalty? So
It
you
does.
can find a bolt as well to kill Tarn. Chat lethal. Wait, they're not making a token. See? Good that we didn't concede.
I gave
Maybe
them
they should
City.
have just made a 5/5.
I gave them City of Traders.
Maybe they're playing around bolts. I don't know. Yeah, City of Traders is probably.
Ugin. Ooh, what the hell?
What the actual 5, 7, 8. So they have City of Traders. They have 10. Are we just supposed to brainstorm and hopefully find 4th? I don't know. Like, I think if they only have this card, we can win. But if they have nothing else, like if they have nothing else, this is really.
It's Ugin then Effable, which is a weird card. They do have infinite mana, but if I find Force, I can force the Zerta, and then they don't have infinite mana.
4, 6, 7. Could also find Wasteland, because then they have 5 mana only.
Okay, well.
Force of Will, yeah.
Which is better? Probably the Arcanist.
I think you kind of want both, actually, but probably the Arcanist is better.
I don't think I can afford to redraw that. Oh shit. I don't think I can afford.
We're just gonna force pitch Daze, then. Wait, there's.
Okay, Plateau. It's the bane of
No, why?
Alright, you can have a Grim Monolith opponent.
Yeah, Eugene is pretty much plan B.
I agree you have to play Plateau, but I also agree it's a little bit awkward in the deck.
I'm just making fun of Plateau because there has been, like, people have made fun of this card a lot, and it always looks pretty bad. But I know that it is necessary in this deck because of Lurrus. Okay, so we could. I think you don't play nothing.
I think I just Arcanist, play land, say go.
Yeah.
And save this to pitch to force and hope to basically beat them with this.
Yeah. Well, we could also have played Lurrus, actually. But then we can't flashback Ponder.
I think flashing back Ponder this turn is better than bobbling.
Why are they never making constructs? This is so strange.
Remember when I said people don't make constructs enough? This is exactly what I'm talking about.
We would be dead already.
I think so, yeah.
It's insane.
I mean, I can't remove this thing, which is kind of a
I've
problem.
seen people, like in Standard, it was fine. You didn't have enough artifacts to plus. Like, you would just draw cards of this. But... What the?
They're probably playing Zerta, right?
I think so, yes.
Then I'll force pitch Meddling Mage on
I think
it.
we have to counter it. Because otherwise they will just play 2 big things or something. But they have 7. There's a key.
I don't know their hand anymore, I think.
Whatever. I think you have... I think it would still... Do you attack first or do you bubble yourself?
I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know. I think I'm going to ponder first, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I like pondering first actually more. There we go, one to Karn. It's gonna take a while. Hey, that's good. Because that way, okay, there's two ways to play this. You could draw Force of Negation and just not play Lurrus, so you can counter one thing.
I think I'm gonna play the Lurrus and just cantrip into both and just Force of Will their next play, or Force of Negation their next play, actually.
Yeah, I thought about that, but that way you have less, like, harsh counters.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think if you don't put a clock on them, then it's...
Yeah, maybe it's just enough to just force one play and then kill them with Lurrus.
Wait.
Oh, we didn't have... Well, I guess we were doing our play because we were in our instead.
Oh shit, what the... Oh, I took that stop off! Oh shit! Ah!
I'm sorry, Jarvis.
Oh!
Well. Remember what I said? There was another line as well. So.
This is not that bad, but it's also not great. I mean, like, this forces me into the play you wanted to make, essentially.
Yeah.
I do think the other play is better.
I tricked you.
Alright, at least I can still do this, which is not the end of the world, but good.
It's fine because you can now Bauble. Actually, now it would have been better to draw the ball. No, it would not have. No, never mind. We're just gonna draw Force. Now you have, like, we know that Bauble is on top, so. Oh, but the only card we can flashback is Brainstorm, so I guess we attack first. Yeah. If there was a Ponder, it would have probably been fine. I think we're actually not dead. I think we might win this.
That's good. That's really good, actually. I'm gonna put the Arcanist and Bauble back.
Yes.
And then play the Lurrus like I want to. And...
Yeah, Lurrus.
Alright, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to fetch,
Bauble yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Look if it's a blue card, because then you can play another. Yeah.
Exactly, I think we're on the same page.
Yeah. Great minds think alike.
But fools seldom differ. Yo, Thraven, thank you for the raid.
I always forgot the second part. Yeah. Let's not mention the second part. Okay, so let's see.
It actually feels like we're ahead now because he never made a construct.
Yeah, don't mention it.
No, this person clearly is not listening to us over the internet. Oh no! Oh.
It's your fault. It's entirely your fault.
It is. I agree.
It's all your fault. Okay, they're untapping stuff. I feel like they have at least 2 lands in their hands. But also they have like maybe one wave spell. Another card. Oh, yikes. This feels really weird. Like, I don't want to counter this, but also maybe we have to. If Delver flips, we can just kill their other card.
I think I'm gonna force it.
Yeah. It would be so good if we would just draw Bolt or Plow.
Musty99, thank you for the follow. Ooh, Lido Atreides, thank you for the sub. I think that's a Dune reference, actually. Mishra's Bauble.
Mishra's Bauble.
Oh, not quite.
Well, let's Bauble. Yeah, Bauble, then Bauble off. We are just gonna use both.
Manifold Key.
Yeah, that's good for us. And it seems like they don't have any other payoffs anymore.
Tundra. Right.
Like, one thing they could do is... Yeah, we're gonna see what happens. Lands.
Great. Hope I don't lose, but...
Man, if we lose, we lose. I think we tried our best this time around.
This time we tried a lot better, except for the one time I didn't have a stop. That was kind of bad.
Remember, you were close to conceding when they cast.
I know. I was so tilted, and then I didn't realize they would do this
Yeah,
sort of stuff.
you never know. You never know.
Yeah, I know. No, this deck doesn't usually play Xerdas in the main. I don't think there's enough space.
Yeah, I've thought about it, and I've decided.
Oh shit! Unblockable. Uh-oh. So I need to draw like a...
Yeah, cantrip would be good. Okay.
So I actually need to find 2 removal spells because they are showing... They show that they know how to use Manifold Key. What is my card? Ponder? That's not it. Damn.
I think this might be us dying. I mean, we can draw a Brainstorm off the Bauble trigger, I guess. I don't know. Could attack with both small creatures and Karn, and then recast one. Oh no, you can't, but it doesn't matter. You don't really need the creatures anymore anyway. Yeah.
I think we should have very easily lost this game and it became close, but then it became not close again.
Yeah.
It's what actually happened.
We just needed to, I don't know, draw a Plow at some point, I guess. Or a Bolt. Bolt would have been enough some turns ago. Yeah. Okay. So
We'll
this
take...
is essentially Turbo Forge with Planeswalkers, so
We haven't seen a Mystic Forge yet, but Seal of Cleansing's still pretty good.
yeah. Definitely bringing those. And Lavinia, I think. And then there's the question of, do you want explosives? Do you want Plow?
I don't think I want Plow. I think...
Yeah, Plow is kind of bad.
Plow is
like
good versus
the
construct. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's it. I think Bolt is much better.
Yeah, the question is how many bolts do I want? And the question is, I do think I want the Young Pyromancer in this matchup. I think this is actually a good matchup for it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Precious Planeswalkers.
Is Mage good?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're gonna name Karn or Stick Forge a lot of times. Like, not this Karn, the other Karn. But obviously, I mean, Meddling Mage has a chance to whiff, so... I mean, you can also name Zerda always.
Is it crazy to side out one Bauble in these matchups?
I don't know, maybe. I would side one out, actually. I think I would side one out. Don't think you can, like, Lurrus grind it out that easily.
No, because that happened that game, and then we just, like... We had already used so much of our disruption that...
I think you need to be an actual Delver deck in this game, in this matchup. That's also why I want to have all 4 bolts in my deck.
So maybe I'm getting old in my old age, and I played
Mark,
just well.
We lost the mirror, so maybe the deck is still broken. And we also, what was the other loss? Snow?
Yeah.
So like, would City of Traitors be fair in Modern?
Zach, I'm going to implore you to think about that before you...
I assure you that it will not be fair.
It's a Preordain. I think I'm just going to shuffle and ponder.
Yeah, fetch ponder. Ensure that we can cast Pyro on turn 2. I mean, those cards are not bad, but we can't cast Pyro.
Then we're going to just shuffle.
Yeah, let's shuffle.
Alright. It's a little bit better. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, much better than what we just shuffled away. Turn 1 Mox Opal. Interesting.
Did they show planes last game?
Why would they play out Mox Opal?
I don't know.
We are very far off casting Lurrus.
You don't say.
I don't know. I just think it's funny. Delver splashing a double white threat with Plateau. I do think you counter this.
Yeah, the question is which one. I guess I Force of Negation, pitch
Force of
Daze.
Negation, pitch.
Well, maybe pitch their Force, actually. Yeah, actually,
Really?
yeah. Then I'm gonna waste them.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, the counterpoint to
I'm
that.
not sure. Like you could. I would actually maybe pitch the Force of Will. That's
Oh, I see.
because
Actually,
if you draw
yeah.
a land, you can hardcast Force of Negation.
Well, I have the land.
Yeah, but you're gonna waste them, I think. I'm just gonna say if you're gonna draw a land after
Sure.
the wasting, I think you have to waste them, right?
Right.
Because you still have Daze. Well, it really didn't matter.
Actually, I'm not gonna waste them this turn. I'm gonna just see what they do.
Oh, you're not gonna waste them this turn, really?
No.
What if they play? Well, I guess it's fine. Yeah.
No.
I guess they can't punish you that much.
It was in a braid. They had a mana floating from Ancient Tomb, good guy zone. If you Daze there, they just, you know. Do I care?
So this means that we have to counter Serta if they cast it. But another reason to counter this maybe is that it might turn on the Mox Opal.
Yeah.
So I think generally speaking, monos are not cards that you want to counter, but in this scenario, I think you really want to get rid of it.
I think it speeds up the clock by quite a bit, and they're tapping Ancient Tomb every turn, so Great Furnace, huh?
Do you waste Great Furnace here actually? I'm not sure. Lurrus seems pretty outcast for the rest of the game.
Alright.
We're basically blue-red Delver.
See, if they take 4, go to 9. I waste them, they tap this, go to 7. I'll have 5 showing, and then if I ponder into both, they're dead. Alright, I think I'm going to just leave the...
I'm not entirely sure on which land to waste here, but I feel like Great Furnace is the correct one, mostly because it's an artifact from Mox
Yes,
Opal.
that's the other reason.
So it's like a hidden Ancient Tomb anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I think wasting the Tomb's actually better. I was also just doing the math, because if you ponder into a bolt off this Arcanist, they die, so...
Oh yeah, that's good.
Well, assuming they tap the Tomb, rather. But... this one's going to be an easier one than the last one. I think I just play kind of slow while discussing stream as well, which was the other problem with that other match. That's
yeah,
fine,
well,
though.
that happened. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
No,
like
I'm gonna leave it alone. All my cards are good.
I think the way we sideboarded was good.
Yep.
Like explosives is a little bit too slow against them, and there is really no other card to take out than the 4th Bauble. I feel like Bauble is good. I don't know why. It's probably because they have Planeswalkers and they have Ancient Tomb, and I don't know if there are ever spots where you can hold Serta, but
It doesn't. If they have mana floating, it generally doesn't work, right?
It doesn't matter if they have enough mana to reactivate, but sometimes maybe.
Oh, this is a weird one.
Not great because we don't have turn 1 Delver, but on the other hand, I think it's like better than a mulligan still, right?
Yeah, the only issue is we're on the draw, but maybe we just have to. Actually, 6 forces is a lot of forces to bowl too. So.
We can also find it with Brainstorm. I don't know.
It's only if they play a 4-drop on turn 1. I guess they're not that likely to do it, so I guess I'm supposed to keep.
Them having a turn 1 Karn, I don't know. They don't have Spirit Guides. They have some Mox Opals. They have 4 Petals. Well.
I think maybe you tricked me, actually.
Maybe they have more than that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like this is not that likely, but it would be interesting to look at the deck list first.
They have Serum Powder in their deck. Well, you can have that one.
Okay, I guess if they have Serum Powder, they're pretty likely to do something nuts turn 1.
Do I Daze
Oh,
that?
damn.
No, I do not.
No, I think you can't afford to.
And then I'm going to end step Brainstorm. Well, actually, maybe not.
Oh no.
I think I'm just going to Mage Zerta this game, actually.
Yeah.
Wrong turn. Ponder. Wrong turn. Right. It's going to be a hard one to win, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, we learned that.
We have no way to kill Karn. That is correct. We don't play Crater Maker, which would be the best way to kill Karn.
Crater Maker would be pretty good in this matchup.
When did I play Plateau? Did I play that this turn?
Yes.
Oh my god. Well, I wanted to keep a fetch for Brainstorm, but not having the second Daze is kind of debilitating, actually.
Yeah, I really didn't realize that you played the Plateau, to be honest. I just looked at it.
What did they do? They got the LED? Okay. Interesting.
Well, it's not too bad. We have Seal of Cleansing, so if they don't go nuts on this.
Oh, so they missed.
We might have a clean exchange here.
Alright. I think I'm going to lead with Brainstorm, actually, because I don't think...
leverage fetch land, and yeah, exactly. Get away, get Dazes out of this hand. Okay. I kind of feel like we want all the lands, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think I can bid the 4th land.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe you can. I was just thinking of Lurrus plus Seal of Cleansing to set that up with like 5 lands. And just destroy everything they do or something.
Okay, that's not unreasonable. Actually.
3, 4, 5. Like, is Daze gonna do anything? I don't know. I would just probably put away both Dazes. Cast Seal of Cleansing. Cast Bauble. Maybe Bauble them at some point.
Bauble them first, I think. City of Traders,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Bauble them first is probably better because I don't know, that might be you want to draw the card anyway in your turn, so but
if they make a construct, it will be a 5/5. It's kind of big.
Yeah, but it's beatable. If they make a construct here, we can bolt the card. That's actually not too bad. Like we would have to fight against the construct later, but
I think I have been playing pretty slow secretly, and I just didn't realize it.
Because, I don't know, maybe. I do though think that we played much slower in this match here than the match before, and also I think it will not matter in this match. But
I gave them Great Furnace.
Yeah, there were so many decision points in the Bauble mirror. I don't know. It was hard to not think about anything. Okay, that's pretty good. It's a 3/3 though. Beatable.
The real issue is it unlocks their Zerta next turn.
Yeah. We have to find something.
I need to find Force of Will, I think.
Another Meddling Mage is probably also decent.
They can just use their mana to kill it, though. Well, I guess I can bolt that. Never mind.
If we can bolt that, is what I meant.
Alright.
Okay, that's already not that great. Okay. Yeah, I guess you're forced to cast another Ponder. You could waste red and hope they can't cast.
They have another Great Furnace in their hand that I know about.
Oh, we still know about. Oh, no. Okay, well, then let's not do that. Pyro.
So I'm drawing dead now, right?
Kind of. Well, you could also. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to kill the Ballista. That's for sure. Do we know about any, like, payoff they have?
No.
So, I think what you're gonna do is...
Yeah, I'm gonna kill the Ballista.
Play Preordain, probably.
And just hope they don't do something too outrageous.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I have to...
I would keep Ponder for the next turn.
Yeah, but I don't think I want that Delver.
Yeah.
I think I'm actually pretty dead, actually. It feels like, but depends on what they do.
So, yeah. We kind of, like, cantripped in a lot of cantrips and then didn't find anything.
Yeah. We spun our wheels and...
More interesting question is, I feel like, how likely they are to have 4 mana on turn 1. I don't know.
Yeah, if I don't die this turn, we can Lurrus the Monolith, but I think they're going for it. But we'll see what they actually have. Maybe they just have nothing good.
They're gonna cast that. I really feel like I want to have null rod effects in all of my sideboards. Okay, I think that's it.
That kind of sucked. I think this matchup is actually good, like, for what it's worth, but the games didn't play out like that.
Did I trick you into a bad keep? I'm not sure.
I kind of... If I had been alone, I probably would have just mulliganed looking for a Force, because Force is so good for some, and there's 6 in your deck.
Yeah. I just felt like that it's not that likely that they can cast something on turn 1, and we had a cantrip in Daze.
Right.
That's basically why I would have kept, but yeah.
Alright.
That was probably incorrect.
It's okay. I mean, I wanted to see how you would
They're still a Grim Monolith Key deck. It's like, they can always have Monolith Key, or... I don't know how they make 4 mana without Grim Monolith. They need to have, like, multiple petals, or like, petal mocks, I guess?
Oh, a Palace Jailer in the chest. My zoom broke. I can't zoom in on cards anymore.
I have the same problem, actually.
I think the last
I had it yesterday.
Alright, so this is a chest.
I don't know how to fix it.
I don't think it's fixable. This was for Lido Atreides, which I believe is Q.
I actually think the zoom broke thing is fixable. Like, I had this before and I fixed it.
Unsquelch, it was my turn 4, so I couldn't do that, right? It was our turn 4? Like, so we only had 4 lands?
No, we never had 5 mana in this game, I think.
Pretty sure that was my turn 4.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like, that's the obvious play that doesn't get us killed.
Yeah, we really didn't have 5 mana this game. What's that? That green-white card.
It's an ally. It's a star ally.
Oh, it's that one.
From
On my pre-release in this format, I had a 3-color deck that had 2 of those.
At GP Atlanta's first draft pod, I had 3 of that card in my deck because no one wanted to draft green. But there's when all of your creatures are star with power and toughness equal to like the number of creatures you have, I think it's a lot better.
What's it called? Scion of the Wild.
Scion of the Wilds, yeah, from Rav.
Yeah. Plus it's an ally. Plus it has other upsides. Then that's pretty good.
Yep, that card. I mean, Sign of the Wilds was a rare, and then this is like a super rare in comparison. It's just people didn't like green.
Sign of the Wilds is a common right now, right? Like
yeah, but it wasn't rare the first time it was printed. So
yeah, I know. I just think it's funny that it got downgraded from rare to common.
That certainly did happen.
Yeah, I don't know. So maybe that was supposed to be a mulligan.
Yeah, my intuition said that because I think that hand's just kind of not very good, actually.
Maybe I'm just playing incorrectly against Dreadhorde decks, I guess. Like, that was like the second match. But they're basically, like, they have so many payoffs. I just feel like when you mulligan that you don't have enough cards to like answer all their stuff.
Right.
So, but obviously if you have like Dazes on the draw, it's not that great.
Alright. I think I'm
so
gonna
maybe, yeah.
So I think I'm gonna call it the stream for now. It was great to have everyone here. It was great to have you said. As usual, it's always good.
Yeah.
Even if we didn't win. But it's less about that and more about learning what you could have done differently. And
I feel like if we knew that like that shit's gonna happen with like the timeout and stuff, and like everyone like we both players stacking basically, and we would have played much faster, much differently.
I think once you realize that everyone can just have like infinity removal as well as post board, it's gonna be really hard to actually connect with creatures, right?
Yeah, I think people should just adapt to that and play like cards that like trade upwards. And
yeah.
I don't know how to do it exactly right now. Like maybe you play like Counterbalance, or you play like Postboard Mentor or a few names or something. I don't know.
Yep, I'll think about it, but I'm gonna call it for now. And see y'all. I'm gonna raid Matt's away. I think he's streaming, so you all should stick around for that. He's playing some Wilm pile, as he's wont to do.
Okay, see you guys.
Yep, see ya.